Members, if you'll take your seats, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. We may have a little bit of a flexible agenda, not removing things, but jumping around a little bit. But I want to make sure that everybody's focused on the idea that this committee will be discussing the events at Calico Rock and the subsequent response and the policies and procedures that led to that. We won't be delving into any other corrections issues at this time. If you'll notice, first on the agenda, we have a report from the Public Defenders Commission. We don't need to take any action on that. If you do have any questions or comments, though, I do believe that some members of the commission might be available. Is anybody here from the Public Defenders Commission? Would you come to the table, sir? I think we have a question from Senator Bryant. If you'd recognize yourself, and Senator Bryant, you'll be recognized for a question when you log in there.
Greg Parrish, Executive Director, Arkansas Public Defender Commission. Yes, sir, Mr. Bryant.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for being here. I saw this on the agenda, and it probably came across your desk about, I know the end of the COVID money kind of came at the end of the month. We had a lot of your part-time attorneys that were being funded by that fund balance that were, I'm going to say, displaced. They were trying to get reinstituted, but there was a 1 year wait period before they could take new cases. You familiar with that request?
Can you hear me? Okay. I think what you're referring to, Senator Bryant, when you're an employee with this, when you're an employee.
You got your button pushed? Recognized for a point of order?
He just needs to identify himself for the record.
He did.
Okay, I didn't recognize that. All right, go ahead.
Greg Parrish, thank you. I think to what you're referring to is when an employee leaves the state, and in this case, I'm going to say an attorney, okay, and they go back into private practice. By our statutes, when all my public defenders have conflicts or anything of that nature, I can then look to the private bar to appoint at a lesser rate. I cannot look, those would be vendors then. Since they were an employee within the past year, they can't then switch over to being a vendor. They've got to wait a year to become a vendor so I can appoint them privately. I think that's what you're referring to.
My recollection, I was kind of looked through some of the data that I extracted from BLR was in Title 19, the restrictions of employment for present and former state employees, and ultimately what the Public Defenders Commission, you could not hire those people back into a full-time role, because I remember in fiscal session, or in the fiscal portion of the general session, we put money into the public defenders to hire full-time permanent, but those that were in the previous appointment were not eligible for that.
That I respectfully would disagree. If they were an employee, I can bring them back as an employee. In fact, we've retained several of those.
What if they were vendors?
I'm sorry?
What if they were vendors?
No, they would have to become a vendor if I was going to appoint them privately. But if they're a vendor now, and we'd have to look real close at the statute because we work with OPM, if they become a vendor after having been an employee, they may have to wait a specific period of time, or alternatively, they would give up that vendor status to become an employee.
Okay.
I know that's convoluted, and I'm sorry, but that's the way we interpret it. If once they leave us, I cannot appoint them unless they are a vendor, but I can't do that for a year if they were a previous employee.
Okay, so on that year window, I think the law prohibits them from even leaving their district to assist in another area of the state that may be short some public defenders. Is that?
I couldn't appoint them, say if they left Little Rock, I could not appoint them as a vendor for a year to go to Washington County or anything, anyplace else.
Even though there's no, typically no conflicts across the
That's correct.
caseloads.
Even though there's no conflict, ethical conflict, state law will control that.
Do you agree with that state law? Is there a reason that state law got implemented when it did?
I don't know. I mean, I know 15 years ago it wasn't like that because I know of a circumstance. It didn't involve me. I know a friend of mine, but it got changed within the last several years.
Okay. Okay. I'll take the conversation offline with you if you got
Certainly.
time later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bryant. Are there any other questions? You're released to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, before we get started with this next bit, I'll remind you that we are going to kind of jump back and forth on as far as the list of witnesses goes just because of some scheduling issues. But I wanted to give my chairman, Representative Beatty, a chance to say anything if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to welcome everyone today. Thank you for coming out. And at this time, I don't have any further remarks. We'll get on with the business at hand.
Thank you. So I believe first on our list is going to be Chairman Benny Magness, if we could get him into the room. Okay, he's on his way. When he gets going, we'll get that. I think while we're waiting on him, I think everybody here is just interested in making sure that the folks that we represent are afforded the highest degree of security possible, and so whatever questions that need to be answered or issues that need to be dealt with, we're looking to find those out. Mr. Chairman, would you come up to the table, please, and if you'll be if you would introduce yourself, we'll recognize you, and then if you have an opening statement, you'd be welcome to give that, and then we'll open the floor up for any questions.
Is the mic on? Yes. Okay. My name is Benny Magness. I'm the Arkansas Board of Corrections serving as chairman at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Magness. Do you have an opening statement or anything that you'd like to say before we open it up for questions?
No, other than welcome the questions about the unfortunate incident we had at North Central. North Central had been there for 35 years, never had a pass escape outside the unit, coming from inside the unit. So a lot of the staff members were devastated when that incident happened because they had a pretty good record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any members that have questions? Senator Love, is that you trying to be recognized? You'd light that sucker up and I'll light it up for you. You're recognized.
Well, if you want to recognize me, that's fine. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Magness, was there any employees involved in this incident?
Involved in the incident as far as helping
Yes.
Mr. Hardin? No, not that we can tell in our interviews or any other evidence we have been able to turn up so far. No.
Okay, so no employee involvement at all?
No.
Okay.
Other than not following policy and allowing the inmate out on the kitchen dock unsupervised or letting a gate open from the sally port. But far as being a part of the escape with Mr. Hardin, no. Can't find anything.
All right, now, Mr. Magness, let's clarify some things. You said that there was some policy violated.
Yes,
As
it
it
was.
is it related to employees? What employees had done?
The employee that was in the kitchen, the kitchen supervisor, allowed Mr. Hardin to go outside the kitchen and work on the back dock without being supervised, which is against policy. Then the guy in the tower that let him through the gate was, you don't open that gate for anybody or anything when there's not a ground person there to verify who it is wanting to exit the prison. And 2 policies were violated there, and those 2 employees have been terminated.
Okay, so the employees were terminated.
Yes, sir.
as it relates to those. So the other employees, are they reviewing those policies to ensure that nothing like this happens again? I mean, well, I'll tell you what, you've been chairman for a while. Has anything like this ever happened before?
Well, I think every time you have an escape, you learn from it and try to fill any kind of voids in the policy that could be addressed. And the there, like for example, not having a second man out on the weekends during visitation. We could either put somebody out there or find some electronic method to notify the captain or someone inside the prison that even the first gate has been opened. But the escape itself is pretty clearly that all the stars somewhat had to line up for Hardin, and 2 employees violated policy that allowed this to happen. The policies were in place. This should not have happened. Okay. And it was human error on their part that allowed it to take place.
Okay, but you did terminate those employees that were found to have violated these policies.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gilmore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman,
yes,
Magness,
sir.
Thank you for being here. Unfortunate circumstances, clearly. I mean, I know nobody wanted this to happen, but I appreciate you being here and being willing to speak to it because, again, it's, as you understand, it's a big issue and it's important to Arkansans. And certainly plays into the whole discussion that we're having about corrections in general. So I think my first question for you is regarding notification. When were you notified or the board notified of the escape?
I can only talk on my behalf, really, because I noticed that night when it started, I started getting phone calls, and I think I was on the phone with somebody else or something. But anyway, the dog kennel man from Calico Rock tried to get a hold of me, and that's usually not good. And he was trying to get a hold of me, not because I'm chairman, because I fly the helicopter for the Baxter County Sheriff's Office, and he was wanting to see if I could fly. The weather was pretty iffy, but before and I noticed then Sherry Gray was the board administrator was trying to get a hold of me. And I talked to Dexter. Payne is the first person, as I remember, that got a hold of me and told me. I think then I called Mr. Lively, told him I knew about it. I was checking the weather. And Miss Gray was continually trying to get a hold of me. And I was trying to check weather and talk to other people,
So just to recap, the first person to reach out was the man that oversees the kennels, and then
I didn't talk to him,
but he reached out.
Yeah, he reached out to me.
All right, and then Miss Gray, who's the board's secretary.
Miss Gray, and then Mr. Payne. But Mr. Payne got a hold of me.
Okay, and what time roughly was that? Do you remember?
4-something, 4:08, 4:13, 4:15, something like that.
Okay, so about 4:15, 4:30?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then shifting to, if I may, Mr. Chair, follow up. Shifting to, you mentioned 2 employees that this happened, or allowed this to happen, right? And I think those 2 employees have been terminated, as I understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did that happen? Were they terminated shortly after, or I know this?
They would. You'll have to check with the warden to make sure that when he terminated them. I checked a couple times to see if they had been terminated. Normally, because of the escape, maybe information they might be given, they're not normally, discipline is not followed out until the inmate is brought back in custody in case there's something they forgot. I just don't know when Warden terminate them.
We can ask him that question at some point. I appreciate that. And then final question, I'll get back in the queue so others have an opportunity. Mr. Chair, how many times, and I don't know, in the course of looking at cameras or whatever else, how many times had he been allowed to go out on the loading dock?
I can't answer
And it was
that question.
it was the kitchen loading dock, right? Just so we're understanding. Okay.
Yeah. I can't answer that question, how many times. Normally, the Department of Corrections does a critical incident review on all this, and we get a lot more detailed information at that time. They have not completed that, in my understanding, the critical incident review, and so I know that's coming.
Okay. And how long does that usually take to do that?
They will, in a case like this, I'd say that Mr. Payne will set the committee, I'd say within the next 25, 30, that's up to him, but there will be a critical incident review done.
Oh, and you said that's up to Mr. Payne, so we can
On timing, yes.
we can ask him that question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what
Now,
what,
that's usually separate from an internal affairs investigation.
okay.
It's separate from that.
And I guess, and I promise this is my final, and I'll get back in the queue. Do you know what time the inmate was noticed missing,
I think,
or what time he was buzzed through? I mean, do you have any of those times?
it's on the time of the internal affairs report, but I don't have that with me. But I think that he somewhere around 3 o'clock is when they put him out, that they could not find him on the kitchen dock.
Okay.
And then they tried to find him, of course, inside, and it didn't show up.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman Magness, I'm going to follow up just a little bit on.
Oh, hey, Mr. Beatty, how are you,
Yes, sir. Just follow up a little bit on what Senator Gilmore asked you. I specifically want to ask for your recollection of the events of May 25th when Hardin left the prison or was released from the prison. Your recollection of the events of that day from the time you were notified until we notified local authorities, state police, notified everyone. I want your recollection, and you tell me and the committee what you remember about the events of that day. And then also, I would like you to be specific with any decisions or directives or your involvement from that point on once you were notified, the decisions as chairman of the Board of Corrections, any orders or directives that you gave to those on the ground, and how long did it take you? So just kind of your memory of what went on that day that you have knowledge of. I'm not asking for specifics that we can get through a report or an internal report, but just what you recall from that day, but specifically any orders or directives that you gave to staff or folks on the ground.
After I received the call, I started checking the weather because that was the request that was given to me, could I fly? The weather was really, really questionable to be flying. But I went ahead and went to the site and started searching with the helicopter, and the weather kept deteriorating. And so it's at one point we also had a electrical problem in the helicopter. So I made the determination to cancel the flight. I came back to Baxter County Sheriff's Office hangar, and then after putting the helicopter back up, I drove to the command center. And in the command center, when I was there, it's appeared to me that most everybody that Baxter County had officers there. I think I arrived at the command center somewhere around 7. I think it's in the documentation what time I arrived, but I'm going to guess somewhere around 7. And I stayed about, not in the command center. I went out and looked at some areas like around Moxican Creek, because Moxican Creek was flowing. It would have been, nobody could have crossed it. It was flowing that high. And I made a few passes by Moxican Creek, went up to a couple of roadblocks, see where the roadblocks were, see what staff they had, and then I went back to the command center and stayed for a while, and then I went home at about 2 in the morning. I know that the warden was there. Deputy Director Strawn got there when I was there. We went over the escape and some of the issues where the dogs ran and where I flew the helicopter and if I'd seen anything. And some of that was given to Strawn to bring him up to date, but I wasn't the only one. It was the warden and other people that had been involved in there, in the command center operating it.
And just one follow-up. You keep mentioning the command center, so I'm going to ask this question: who was actually in charge, and who was the person in charge at the command center?
Normally, the warden is until a higher ranking officer gets there, like Deputy Strawn, like that. And they'll to give you kind of a idea. There's a room with will have all the maps and the area where the dog teams tracked, where aircraft flew, where all the roadblocks are, all the perimeter, and it'll all be on a big screen inside one room. And there'll be several ADC employees in there taking notes to who's coming and going, what roadblocks and what agency they're with and whatever. And then right outside the main room, there'll be usually a table there for all the different agencies to have their command staff there, whether it's the sergeant for the state police or whether it's the sheriff of Baxter County, whether it's sometimes it takes a little bit of, I think the second day the U.S. Marshals got there, or some of their representation, and SRT from our probation parole. But all those command, even the game and fish that is there, will be sitting normally at that table on the outside of the big room to work with their staff what is participating in the manhunt.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask that question one more time and maybe try to be a little clearer. Who was in control and who was the leader in that command center during this escape? Not normally or usually, because there's not a normal or usual in this. This is the first escape that I've seen since I've been in the legislature for 5 years. So who was in control at the command center, and could you be more specific?
Warden Hurst.
Warden Hurst was?
Warden Hurst was in control of the command center.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Rose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Magness over here. Thank you for joining us today. Had a couple of kind of preliminary questions, Mr. Chair, if you allow me. You had mentioned that there was discovery of how the individual was able to get outside the kitchen and through a gate, and that those 2 employees had been terminated for violating policy. With that in mind, I was under the impression that a component of his escape was a disguise that allowed him to look like security personnel or prison staff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
have you done some type of independent review or an outside review that has determined how he was able to procure a disguise, put it on, and have all of that take place without any notice?
A few things that I can say that I've seen, and a couple things that I was told. I want to make sure I make that clear. It was my understanding that he became available to him a black marker, regular black marker, and that's how he dyed his clothes to make it look dark. I did actually see the little badge that he made out of a soup can top, and I actually physically seen that, and also, of course, seen his ID that he lost in the woods. But those are the items I seen, but the one, how he got it dark, I can only assume, as I was told, that he used a magic marker to darken his clothes.
Is it correct that he had a tactical vest?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I'll go back to, has there been any type of independent review to determine that?
I think that the Internal Affairs report, I haven't read that in there that I know of. I know that when we do a critical incident review, that will be found. I'm not sure, but I think that what they're talking about was a vest. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything on the vest.
Follow up. Thank you. So, with a couple of the things that you had said previously, that it was discovered a couple of employees did not follow procedures, protocols that led to this. Additionally, he was able to manufacture or procure a disguise that enabled his escape. And there are some components of that you're not sure of. I asked about an independent review. You mentioned a couple of internal reviews or DOC reviews. My question is, what is being done to ensure that this cannot happen again? You had said earlier that this was perhaps the stars aligning that led to this. I don't think that's an official designation for why the prison break took place. So my question, I'll phrase it again, is what is being done to ensure that it can't happen again, and will there be an independent review?
We always do a review of every incident similar to this, and when you're dealing with humans, you can only do so many policies, and if they're not going to follow them, then something like this is going to happen. Now, if you ask me, is there anything to do to try to prevent it, and I think that's what you're asking, I feel like that we either going to have to keep a second person on that back gate at all times, or come up with some electronic device that will notify the captain inside that gate has been opened. Somebody wonders why the gate need to be open. Well, it's for emergency purposes, to let an ambulance in. Whatever it may be, it still needs to be open. But it has to be someone either back there that's on the ground, or we have to have some kind of device that will let the captain and the warden know that gate has been activated.
I'll hop out of the queue after this one, Mr. Chairman. Should there be or shouldn't there be already in place some type of an inventory check or a review of a prisoner's quarters or cell to determine that they don't have contraband or any appropriate items that could be used as a disguise or any other form of assistance in an escape?
We do searching for contraband constantly, all the time. And so that is already being done at every unit we have at all times to try to make sure there's not contraband for his drugs or weapons or something to allow them to escape. It's part of what they do. It's
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll jump back in.
Thank you, Representative Rose. Senator Dees, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Magness. I've gotten a few emails from folks concerned, people asking me, are we safe? Are our correctional facilities secure? And I understand there's some concern, and this rightfully so got a lot of publicity, and people have concerns. But one email caught me off guard a bit because I didn't know the answer, and they asked a question about why are we sending some of the worst offenders to facilities that you described that we have policies in place where limited supervision is possible for murders and rapists and repeat offenders. So how would you respond to that? Why do we have criminals like Mr. Hardin even at this facility altogether?
Mr. Hardin, North Central used to be what we call a parent unit. And a parent unit is one of the few units that when people come out of diagnostic, they go to what we call their parent unit. Sometimes for just 60 days, sometimes longer. Mr. Hardin, when he first came to us, he was, yes, it was a first-degree murder, but he had only 30 years. So our classification system said that he could actually go at that time to North Central. He was there 2 years, and then he got the charge of rape. Mr. Hardin prison records did not show anything in his prison record that said he could not be at North Central because he had never had a disciplinary. We do classifications every year. That's one thing I'd like to look at, see when the last classification he had that said he could still be there. But at the time he was placed there, he met the criteria under our classification system for him to be at North Central.
Are there any other murderers or rapists at that facility today?
Yes.
And so there's other
Hold on a minute.
offenders that have unsupervised abilities to kitchen docks, and there's other inmates that have that same capacity?
Well, I want to make sure. I never want to answer the question as truthful as I can. You asked me if there was any murderers there, and I do know there is some, at least one or two murderers at Calico right now. I know there's sex offenders there, but I don't know if there is rapists there that forcibly raped in the same sense that Hardin did to his victim. But I do know there is sex offenders there, and there is a murderer or multiple murderers there at this time.
And then trying to piece back what you said earlier, that this is extremely rare, and it does sound rare. I don't think we have a lot of people escaping, but you had said that this was some errors and stars aligning, and that very rare. So you believe the policies and procedures are correct? We just didn't have people following them. Is that fair, or do our policies and procedures need to be changed?
What I would like to say to you in this body is, 20 some odd years being on the Board of Corrections, every time we've had an escape and our policies were not followed or failed, we've learned something from it, and we've tightened the policy up or made changes, as I just said, possibly recommending some kind of notification if that gate is going to be open. It's easy to sit there and say that we'll always have a second man back there. But there could be something arise, like a riot or whatever, inside the unit where that man on the ground needs to go into the unit.
Who's responsible for the policy and procedure review and adoption?
The adoption of policies review will come either to the board or to Mr. Payne.
So
Or
the Board of Corrections
now,
is responsible for all
Yes.
boards and policies,
and
procedures.
the secretary, Ms. Lindsay, Ms. Wallace.
And I think I'll probably have more questions, but has anybody sent any apology to the victims of Mr. Hardin's crimes that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dees. Senator Johnson, Blake Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for being here. So in our I'm assuming this is not what is considered a maximum security prison, is that right?
It's classified as a medium security prison.
So in a maximum security prison, how are those inmates that are equivalent with him with rapists and murderers, how are they handled? Do they get to go into the general population? Do they get to do assigned duties? Do they, in the kitchen areas? And also in this medium security, do they have their own wing to be in?
No, all the prisons, the inmates are assigned duties, like in the kitchen or in the laundry, whatever that may be, cleaning the floors, whatever. Whether it's a maximum security unit or a medium security unit, inmates do the kitchen, the food, the whatever. So it wouldn't make a difference in that sense what level of security facility is. Inmates are still doing the day-to-day running of the prison.
So, I mean, just as a lay person, a citizen, and sitting where I sit, I think you could you not do that with the other inmates that are in the prison that are not in a maximum at a maximum level, or that are not murderers or rapists? I mean, can you not have those other inmates do those duties?
Yes, sir. Again, there is policies that if followed, that whether they're in there for homicide or what they're in there for, they should not be able to breach the facility and get out into the public. And the policies are there in place for this not to happen. I can't stress any more than that you had two people, unfortunately. If either one of them would have said no, if any of them would have stopped, Mr. Hardin hadn't got out. But we have people that come to us that are convicted of drugs, let's say. They're a constant problem every day. That behavioral problems. And we have people there that are convicted of a homicide that work in different parts of the prison and never give the staff any trouble whatsoever. So that's why you have a classification system. That's the reason we have just, the board had just voted to study our classification system. It's part of Protect Arkansas. And so we're re-looking at our classification system and see if that there's a better, something better or different that we can use. But I think it's hard to sit here and testify and tell you that we shouldn't have somebody that's convicted of a homicide working in the kitchen, because there is all the time. And we don't have a problem with it.
Well, whenever I was giving my parents problems, the ones that give the problems would be the ones that worked the most. That's what the dad's theory was. And that's, I guess that's what mine would be also. But
Well, they
I
stopped
appreciate
letting us do that several years ago.
Yeah, it's just a voluntary mandate, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Members, in the sense of time, I want to remind everybody that we do have 7 or 8 other witnesses to hear from. So I want to make sure you have time to answer all of your questions answered. If you feel like this is the place it needs to be asked of this witness, of the chairman, please do so. But we all will be hearing from the warden next, and then the director of the department, and so we'll keep going though. Senator Gilmore.
Thank you. And I actually appreciate you bringing up the classification. That was a big component of the PROTECT Act because of it matters where we house people. It matters who they're housed with. It matters that we understand and have risk needs assessments. These are things that we've had conversations on in the recidivism task force of which you participated, and I appreciate that. These are all things that need to be looked at, and I think these are a lot of things that we've talked about before, and I think that are still in limbo with as regards some of the risk needs assessment. And I don't know when the last time that was looked at from this particular inmate standpoint, but I do think that it is important that we get that handled and addressed. My question to you on this, we keep talking about the 2 people, and clearly there was a failure of these 2 individuals. They've been fired. Appropriate action, I think, taken. But do we believe that this was more systemic than 2 people? Because I'm trying to, and I'll elaborate, and you can answer, because if an inmate has gotten a marker to dye some clothing, one would stand to reason that probably he's got ink on his hands. How did he get the clothing? Did he sew it? Did he put it together? How did he do that? Was there an inspection of his particular cell and bunk? I just, from my standpoint, I have a hard time, and I hear what you're saying, and I understand that there are 2 people certainly to be blamed in this regard, but I think that there needs to be a more comprehensive look at this, because, what are your thoughts? Do you think it's just more than 2 people, or do you think the 2 people is it?
I think that it's the staff, day in and day out, do an unbelievably great job. But a lot of, not North Central, but a lot of places are overworked. They don't get to do some of the checks they probably, I don't say need to, because, if a T-shirt comes up missing, or that was his T-shirt. So that was his T-shirt he blackened. So, no, they're not going to go in there and try to find whether he has 3 T-shirts or 2, or just doesn't. They're trying to find contraband and other items, weapons that they can use on other inmates and staff.
Okay. Well, I think my final question, and I'll move on because I know for the sake of time we need to move on. When did y'all take the vote on the classification? Before or after the escape?
No, it's before escape. It was in-person meeting, if I remember correctly, before the escape.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I was taught that when I testify, only answer the questions that is asked of me.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to break my own rule. I want to tell y'all something, and I'm going to make it, because you asked me about who was running the command post and everything. Over the last 50 years, I've been involved in law enforcement. Last 35 years, I've flown a helicopter. I probably fly 4 to 5 manhunts a year, not just in Arkansas, but in Missouri and everything. Every place, most generally, it's all sheriff's departments, police departments. Very seldom outside the state of Arkansas is it a corrections. I've probably been on every escape corrections had in Arkansas. We run them as tight ship as they can and will be, and all the information in the guidelines and protocols to run that or be there. And I didn't see any difference in that night when I walked into the command post, and I've walked into many others. And that's all I have to say.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. So by your own admission, are you done?
Yes.
You don't want to keep answering questions? By your own admission, you've had a lot of experience with escapes. So were you in the command post, or were you flying a helicopter?
No, when it first started, sir, I was flying the helicopter until the weather got. When I quit flying, I had 50 some odd feet between the treetops and the clouds. I just couldn't stay, and we also had an electrical issue that happened, so I had to go back.
So, and then you said the warden was running the response team. Do you have an emergency response director?
Yes, yeah, and emergency preparedness, and he was there at some point. Now, each unit has one, but they're also the main one for the agency. I don't know what time he got there, Mr. Shores, but I know when Mr. Strong got there that night because I was there in the command center when he walked in.
Okay, Senator Dismayne.
And I think I'll be brief because I think you've answered one of the questions, and that is, were you satisfied with, the responsiveness that the agency provided and satisfied with the actual protocols and procedures that were in place?
Everything that I've seen in the past or then was the same and being followed the same.
Okay. And then I think that's good to know and understand that that's the position. I find in life that rarely, if ever, stars align. Things always happen because of intention by someone. You kind of alluded to it, I think, in a little bit. You said it is what they do in regards to the inmates, and I guess, trying to find a path out or whatever it may be. It is what they do, which means we should expect it, right? And knowing that we expect it, and by the way, the devil in the Ozarks wasn't just a murderer, rapist. He was also an ex-law enforcement officer, which I think holds him to a much higher level of deceit and whatever you want to say about that individual. So he was a little bit more than just a murderer and a rapist. But my question would be, what do y'all do? How often do you assess risk and weaknesses at a facility in regards to the facility as a whole?
I would like for you to ask Dexter Payne that. I know through the years,
what is the board's policy of a review
I can't tell you. I know that we go through escape procedures at each unit several times a year.
But how often do you assess the facility? So, for instance, this gate. In the modern world, to think that there's not a sensor on a gate when it opens and closes at a corrections facility seems almost unheard of. It's a gate on a corrections facility, there's only so many points of access to a corrections facility.
There's two.
Okay, so there's two points of entry, and they don't have a sensor on
two
them.
Gates. There's two gates on that back gate. There's not one. He didn't have to pop just one gate. He had to pop both gates.
Okay, but there's not a sensor. How many points of entry? I don't want to get into that. All right, but as far as but you don't know how often we're assessing a site as far as weaknesses and opportunities and that sort of thing.
I know they go through drills, escape drills, several times a year because I actually get called to come and fly for it.
Well, so I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the facility itself. We have all these different facilities that have their own weaknesses and, points of concern and that sort of thing. And because these inmates, because what they do is trying to figure out how to leave, they're continuously evaluating those. My question is, are we doing the same thing?
Yes. I think you'll find when you interview Dexter Payne or Randy Shores, they'll be able to best answer that question.
But it's not board policy that these happen on any type of time frame. It's up to the individual leader of that facility.
No, I think they'll be in policy that they have to do it ever so often. And they're going to say more. What you're asking is review, and I'm saying it's an escape drill to go over all their policies and procedures to see if there's anything there that they need to do.
So, but all the potential routes, the escape points, hey, there's high water at this, there's, all those things are already mapped out, and everybody has that on hand when they're sitting in that room deliberating and where they need to go and where they need to send manpower for the escape.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so that's a written type thing that y'all have in place for Calico Rock, and we ask for it. We're going to be able to take a look at that. Notifying each agency, whether it be
Israel County, Baxter County, any other counties around, state police, there'll be a notification there and a procedure to notify them and document the time they're notified.
I'll ask. I'm not going to ask you because I don't think you know the answer, and that's okay. Part of these questions I get. I was more concerned about whether or not you had a policy in place requiring review of the risk and assess risk of a particular facility. So thank you.
Senator Clark, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to follow up on Senator D's questioning. When at my company, when things go wrong, and they go wrong too often, it should be perfect. But when things go wrong, we have meetings, and we find out if it's policy. It's rarely policy. Policy is usually right, but sometimes we find a policy issue. We find something that we're doing it this way, and there's something else that we should be doing that we're not. But more often than not, it comes down to not following policy. And unlike I've heard here that there's 2 people, I've had as many as 4, that if each one had followed policy, which they knew, that the whole big thing wouldn't have happened. So what have y'all discovered as far as policy that needs to be changed? And I understand you're the board, but I'm assuming everybody's reporting back up to the board. What have we discovered as far as policy that needs to be changed?
I want to make sure that my opinion, looking at what I see, that at some point that we need to find, as Mr. Senator Desmain says, in this day and time, there probably is something that will alert the captain in charge, the duty warden in charge, that gate has been opened. Or we are just going to have to insist a second person to be at that gate. If the second person on the ground would have been there, even as lax as the employee was in the tower, that could not and would not happen. Even when it was against policy for let the inmate work on the back porch of the kitchen, the back dock, would not have happened if there'd have been a second man on that ground. So it's got to be one of the two. You've got to find some way to assure that that back gate is opened, that there is somebody inside is alerted, and there's a time lapse before he can get out there and check, or it has to be a second person there, one of the two.
Okay, so you have policy that needs to be changed, or at least in your view needs to be changed. So let's come back down to following policy. I've got a great staff, and I think they do a superior job to other people that compete with us at what we do. But still, like I said, we've had as many as 4 people not follow policy in order to have the problem that we had. That is systemic in my company. Great people, but that's systemic. If I got 4 people who didn't follow policy, that's not just the 4 people. That's a problem beyond that. So if you've got 2, is that not systemic?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
You don't think there's more?
No, I think the problem, a lot of times, working in corrections, people, staff, get complacent that on dealing with the inmates. Mr. Hardin, for example, had never had a disciplinary, never had one. So they get to thinking they're like, it's either that they get complacent dealing with them, or they're lazy, one of the two. This should not have happened if either one of those would have done their job. Either one of them. Is it extemic from the rest of the staff at North Central? You can't convince me that. There's no way. They're dedicated people up there, just like we have in every facility. Listen, I don't know if Senator Desmain was saying it a while ago, but I was taught by an old-time sheriff exactly what Senator Desmain was saying. That you're worried about your car payments, you're worried about your kids, you're worried about this, you're worried about that. The only thing an inmate's concerned about is trying to get out. That's it. But I can tell you that anytime you start not following policy, every escape we ever had in ADC is because the policies were there and they did not follow them. The 2009 escape, where 2 of them walked out with uniforms that they made in the garment factory, is because the captain didn't stay at the door like he's supposed to. If you have 15 people come to work, you have 15 leave. You don't have 17. But the bottom line is the captain didn't stay up there to count them.
I think complacency is exactly the right word. That's what I find in my company. And again, I'm not insulting the people that are working. I have a great staff. But complacency, that we don't think the policies are necessary. And when I say that's systemic, if you got 2 people who happen to be in, as you said, the stars come together, that they both didn't do the job they were supposed to do, yet knowing what that job is. I think complacency is such a natural thing in humans that I'd be interested to find out from others why it's not systemic. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I understand the question. I really do. Is there more people like that?
And
our staff most generally is trained to follow policy, period. And they do an unbelievably good job on most days. Why this happened, you know, you got to look at it. You're calling it extemic, and I get what you're saying, but we had 2 that day. If either one of them would have been following policy,
I agree.
Wouldn't have happened.
And that's why I'm calling.
And they're 2 different types. One was a kitchen staff employee, not a security employee, and the other was a security employee.
And the reason I'm saying systemic, and it may be in all security places, is because I don't think anybody would have predicted that those 2 wouldn't have followed policy. Yeah. And if you can't predict those 2, then you can't possibly predict that there's not more. And then that comes back to within the system, how do we change that? How do we keep people from being complacent? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, members, I've got 3 more in the queue, and then we're going to move on. Representative Rose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know I should have quit.
Chairman Magness, you had said earlier in your testimony that we run as tight a ship as can. I'm speculating. Your perspective is that's you saying that. That's your opinion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that before critical incident review has taken place. Is that correct? The critical incident review has not taken place
When the
yet.
critical incident review is given to me, I will read it like everything else.
All right, but it hasn't happened yet.
But the bottom line is, plain and simple, if two people hadn't, if they hadn't
Okay.
violated policy, we wouldn't be here today. It's plain
That's
and
fine.
simple.
So I just wanted to go over your words and just end with this question. I told the chairman I would be brief. Without an independent outside review, audit, evaluation, or any other kind, we're left with the determination that we run a ship as tight as we can. You had two individuals that were terminated, and what took place was that there was insecurity at a kitchen, back doors, gates. Disguises were created, transported. There was lack of verification. Nobody caught this on security cameras while it happened in the cells, and the supplies were available. Do you think that from an outside independent review that they would say that's as tight a ship as possible?
I think that if you're trying to say it the way you said it, it doesn't seem to be. But I can tell you,
I'm not saying it. I'm just repeating your words back to you.
Listen, when we get our critical review incident report back, you'll see how detailed it is, and you'll see that we've done this several times. Independent reviews, the board done a review when we've had escape because we didn't want the agency doing it. I can tell you that my years of experience is you need to let the critical incident review finish and then see what's in it. And I right now don't feel like there'll be a whole lot in it that would change any policy or any other concern except what I said about preventing some form of preventing that back gate being opened without someone else being out there, whether it's a notification of the captain. If we call for an ambulance and it has to come through the back gate, the captain goes out there to let it in. They just don't pop the gate and let the ambulance in. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, in this incident, what we will learn from it is that we cannot count on two people doing their job. So the gate, being the last part of security, will need to be some way secured differently where it doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dees?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be quick. The escape happened on May 25th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I heard you say earlier that y'all had met and voted before on inmate assessment.
Yes.
Before that escape. I just don't quite understand because Democrat Gazette reported that topic was passed over in committee meeting in April.
Can I
voted.
ask Ms. Gray, our assistant? I thought we passed it.
But it does say you passed over. You did not vote on it.
Did we vote on it, Sherry? We have. I thought we had.
The agenda.
I'm not.
You did vote on it. It was after the escape, though. It was May 29th, is the records I see on the agenda.
Is that correct? It sounds right. Okay.
We can check. That's the report I'm looking
fine.
at.
I mean, I'm not trying to say. I know that it wasn't.
This is not a gotcha. It's just to be clear that we are looking at after actions after the escape. Okay. And I'm glad we are looking at it. But I do want it to be clear.
It wasn't voted on because of the escape.
Sure.
Because we hadn't done the instant review report yet. We voted on it for two reasons.
Okay.
For Van Air, the people that's doing the new prison has asked for a new classification, plus it's part of the law. And so if you're saying we didn't vote on it to the 29th, you're probably right. I thought we'd vote on it before.
And then
that goes to show I don't remember everything correctly.
No, you're fine. It's hard to remember it all. But help me with this. With responsibility from the time that an inmate escapes? Who takes authority? Is Department of Corrections, is the facility itself, the warden, is the U.S. Marshal? Who actually has authority once an inmate leaves the facility?
The warden of that facility, till we have a higher ranking correction official there.
So the warden is the still responsible for the finding, the manhunt
of the command center and getting everything, roadblocks set up, whatever. But there's a set of protocol books that tell them every step they do in that manhunt and what to do. So, and there's, like at Calico, it's pretty obvious there's preconceived where roadblocks need to be set up. One of them would be at Calico. One of them be at Moxican Creek. It's pretty, not far from the unit, but there's natural barriers, let's say, that would make it logical to have your first set of perimeter set up at Moxican Creek in this case, and Calico Rock.
Okay, and then last one, and I'll be done. Do you think there's any responsibility with the Board of Corrections on the escape? Any responsibility for the board that needs to do something, anything different, or should have done different?
I think we should, when we get the incident review done, we should read it. We should talk to staff and to the secretary to see anything that we can help do or pass that would make it not happen again. We've done the same thing, unfortunately, with a lot of other escapes. We don't no longer do our own uniform sewing. We don't do it anymore because that's how that happened. They brought a piece in at a time. So that was a recommendation from staff, and that's a policy that the board put in. So this one will be handled no differently. When the incident review is done, I'm sure staff will come to us with any kind of recommendations, and they're always pretty logical.
Thank you.
Representative Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, did the two individuals that ultimately got fired, did they have immediate supervisor, a common immediate supervisor?
Yes, a lieutenant, is my understanding, yes.
What disciplinary action did he receive?
He did not receive any disciplinary action because he was part of the trying to find what happened, the escape, and he wasn't notified until one of those, I think it was the food service guys that called him and said, hey, I let Hardin out on the back dock. I went out there, he's not there. So then him and the supervisor made a search. They even called the guy in the tower, and the guy in the tower says, I hadn't seen him.
Well, you were talking about complacency. If he's a supervisor or immediate supervisor and then the supervisor himself, complacency is the #1 killer on the battlefield. It causes more problems than what most people will ever recognize. But the way you get around that is with good leadership, good supervision, to make sure people are doing those things they're supposed to be doing. In other words, why is this guy on the dock? Why don't we have two people at the gate? So I don't really understand why there wasn't some kind of disciplinary letter or something else put in there. And I only say that because, hindsight's 20/20. There's no reason to go back and do it. But in the future, your standard operating procedures or whatever else you may have should have some actual supervision that you go around and you check on your people and you make sure that they're doing their job properly and look for those kind of complacency issues. Would you not agree with that?
Well, sir, during the time of the escape, in fact, even after the escape, or visitation was going on. That is a manpower drain for visitation. And in fact, when they declared an escape, they wouldn't let the families that visited the inmates that couldn't let them leave till they cleared everything out and got enough staff there to take care of it. But so the staff and the lieutenant probably and the captain was probably very busy or with trying to maintain security with the visitation, make sure no contraband, no this, no that.
Well, I appreciate that, but are you telling me that this is the only time or the first time that that particular inmate had access to the back dock or
No,
something
sir.
else? Well, see, that's
No,
what
no, sir.
I'm saying is that he probably had been out there before, probably on several occasions, and the supervisor, if they're doing something other than just sitting on their, doing other things, I know they're busy. I understand everybody's busy. But if you have a certain responsibility for individuals and how they perform their duties, well, that's part of your job too. And that's what I'm getting to, and I think that maybe some emphasis on training and stuff like that in the future might help correct that. I'm not interested in guilt or anything else. I'm looking to the future at what could possibly solve some of this, and I think better supervision, that if you're going to get paid the big dollars, which I know there really isn't any big dollars involved in this, but if you're going to get paid extra, then do the extra work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, I have one question. I'm going to go back to something I've asked and hit on a couple of times because it's still not clear to me. When I ask about who was in charge in the command center, originally you said, well, it's the warden until somebody of higher rank or seniority, someone with a higher position arrives. So it sounds like that leadership was changing in and out by who walked in the room. So to be more specific, when you were on site, were you in charge? Were you the man?
No, sir.
You never were.
No, sir. It's not set up to that way for the chairman of the board or any board member try to run a manhunt. It's just, I have experience, but a lot of the board members doesn't. There is no way a board member needs to be telling staff that train on how to conduct a manhunt what to do. That's just not, that's just not proper, and I wouldn't expect any board member of this board that would ever do that.
I agree with you 100% on that. Were the people in that room, did they have that same opinion that you weren't the man, that you weren't making decisions? Did they feel like they could discharge their duties and they didn't have to get approval or a thumbs up to move forward with what was going on there? Was it clear line of communication of who was in charge at all times in that command center?
For me, my opinion, it was. Now, also, I will ask questions of what's, of the escape. I'm sure some of the people were telling me how they thought he got out, showing me the badge he made that they'd already recovered. But at no time should a board member interject himself in what the professionals trained to do every day. I feel like I'm safe to say that I'm a little bit different, and it's not the title. I go to them all the time. I mean, unfortunately, I go to probably at least 4 manhunts a year, in whether it be Boone County, Baxter County, Carroll County, whatever it may be, Howe County, Missouri. I mean, I have been to a lot of them. I don't interject myself there.
Well,
if I'm asked for advice, I'll give it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and you have a little more expertise in those areas on manhunts. I guess my real problem and why I'm really trying to hone in on who was in charge is because there's a gap of time from the escape until notification to the outside of the prison. And that's a couple of hours from the timeline of information that I've received. I'm just trying to find out why there was a gap from escape to notification to the local authorities, to the state police, to other folks, because there's only one reason I see. And I think we all know what that reason would be.
I think
so
I think there was a time delay in actually figuring out whether he was gone or which inmate was gone. Okay? I think there was a delay for that reason. It wasn't, but I've seen some of the stuff that Captain Brandon did that night, and I think he done a good job trying to determine whether we had escape or not escape. But there again, when the escape was called, it was Warden Hurst that was in charge until a higher-ranking Department of Correction official got on property.
Well, I'm just going to ask you, I just don't understand that timeline from escape to notification. And you're saying it's to decide if it was even Hardin that had escaped?
Well, I can tell you what I seen, and I can tell you when I was called. I know that when I got to the flue, I heard different agencies talking on the radio. I have 4 radios on the aircraft to listen to 4 different agencies. I heard many different agencies on the radio. When I got to the command center, I know there was some talking about the state police having their drone there. So I know there was the agencies that needed to be called were called at some point. Whether there's a delay or not, I can't.
Well,
I can't tell you. I can read the timelines. I've read some of the timelines, and
I mean, my whole point is timing is everything. And I think that notification time and that timeline is a big stickler and a big problem for me. And I think many members of this committee, when they see that timeline, they're going to have the same problem, because there were Arkansans' lives that were in harm and in harm's way for that 2-hour period. That we're just, thank God that Hardin didn't run into someone outside those prison walls and harm someone. And that's what we're agitated about. That's the big issue with me, is who was in charge and why was there not notification sooner? And maybe someone can answer that today.
I can only tell you when I was notified and when I finally got in there, all the agencies that I felt like should have been notified, I heard them on the radio.
Well,
and so I can't, other than that, I can't.
Well,
tell you.
I'll just say I thank you for your testimony and taking time to come today. And hopefully we'll get some insight and some answers and maybe get a tighter ship moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, again, we want to thank you for coming today. You mentioned several times that this was not a systemic issue, but when you look at all of the chain of events that led to him walking out of open gates, we misclassified him, or I should say you misclassified him after his first conviction. His second conviction, change in classification, wasn't communicated to the prison, so he was in a facility that was not appropriate for his needs. Your staff let him have access to the parts of the prison that he shouldn't have had solo access to, multiple occasions, enough occasions where he was able to requisition paraphernalia and contraband in order to make himself a uniform. You don't make yourself a uniform out of a T-shirt in an afternoon when you got to color the whole thing with a marker, unless you're there for 3 or 4 hours, which an individual who's supposed to be in max custody shouldn't be in for 3 or 4 hours by himself without supervision. And then he was able to walk out. Maybe you could say that if the guy up in the tower hadn't opened the gate, that was a failure of, he didn't follow policy. Well, if the 17 other policies before that had been followed, it wouldn't have mattered what he did. And sometimes I feel bad for that guy because he should have never got to the gate. So I think we've got major issues here that need to be dealt with, but we do appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us on it, and you're free to leave.
Thank you.
And we would ask that you go ahead and vacate the premises. We are going to move on to Warden Hurst. Warden, we appreciate you coming today. If you'd be willing to introduce yourself to the committee, and if you'd like to make an opening statement, and then maybe recount the events of May 25th for us, and then or June, the day of the escape, and how things unfolded, and then we'll open the floor up for questions from the committee.
Okay. My name is Thomas William Hurst. I'm currently the Correctional Warden at the North Central Unit. Would you like me to recount the event? Is that what you're saying? Do you mind if I read a prepared summary?
Senator Gilmore, you recognize?
Thank you, and I know, sake of time, I know we're running out of time, so I just would like to be mindful if we can keep it succinct and ask colleagues, including myself, to be succinct in our questions.
So,
You be as detailed as you want to be. We're asking members to be succinct in their questions.
okay.
We appreciate you coming.
All right, thank you. So on May the 25th, 2025, approximately 2:53 p.m., inmate Grant Hardin, 168541, assigned as a 1C kitchen worker, escaped from the North Central Unit by walking through the Sally Port gates dressed in a homemade uniform designed to impersonate a correctional officer. He was pulling a flat cart containing a cardboard box and a homemade ladder, later determined to be constructed from dismantled pallets and drawstrings from state-issued clothing. At approximately 1:58 p.m., inmate Hardin was granted unsupervised access to the kitchen back dock area under the pretense of cleaning the chemical cage. This violated standing security directives that specifically prohibit inmates from being on the back dock without supervision. Directives clearly communicated to kitchen staff and acknowledged in writing on May the 14th, 2025. Inmate Hardin remained unsupervised for approximately 1 hour and 8 minutes, which gave him ample opportunity to change into the disguise he used to facilitate his escape. Around 3:08 p.m., the food service supervisor noticed Hardin was not on the back dock area and began a search to locate him by telephoning the laundry and West Tower staff. After being unable to locate inmate Hardin, he advised the shift supervisor of the incident. A more extensive search of the immediate areas began but was unsuccessful. Subsequent review of surveillance footage by the shift commander revealed an individual later confirmed as inmate Hardin walking through both Sally Port gates dressed in a dark uniform with a vest and hat, pulling a flat cart. He was last seen walking near the ICC garage with a box in hand before disappearing from camera view. At approximately 3:40 p.m., the unit was placed on lockdown. Emergency escape procedures were activated and a command center was established. A roster count was conducted at 3:47 p.m., confirming inmate Hardin's absence, and all other inmates were accounted for by 4:48 p.m. 17 internal and perimeter checkpoints were activated, and the unit's K-9 team began searching the facility grounds. The box seen on the surveillance footage was located behind the ICC garage, and the homemade ladder was found nearby. A facility-wide investigation into the breach identified critical failures in protocol. A directive to all food service staff before the incident was that no inmate or inmates were allowed access to the kitchen back dock without direct staff supervision. The on-duty supervising staff member disregarded this policy, allowing inmate Hardin access to a sensitive area despite having knowledge this violated a previous directive. Camera footage and follow-up interviews confirmed this failure. Additionally, the West Tower officer admitted to observing an individual on the back dock dressed similarly to a staff member. Believing this person to be an employee, the officer allowed the individual, later identified as Hardin, to pass through both Sally Port gates without verifying identity or issuing a challenge. From May the 25th through June the 6th, 2025, the facility remained locked down. The command post remained operational throughout the duration of the search. The command post coordinated ground and aerial searches and gathered intelligence and worked with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners Local residents were also notified of the escape through the phone alerts and coordination of the local authorities to ensure public safety and awareness. On June the 6th, 2025, at approximately 3:45 p.m., inmate Hardin was located by U.S. Border Patrol approximately 1.5 miles northwest of the North Central Unit in a densely wooded area. His identity was confirmed using a portable fingerprint scanner provided by the Arkansas State Police. After a medical evaluation, inmate Hardin was immediately transferred to the Varner Supermax for high-security confinement. Post-incident review and findings, a comprehensive review of the incident confirmed that the escape resulted from multiple failures in staff adherence to established procedures. The makeshift uniform was found to be made from state-issued pants, a white shirt, a ball cap, and a kitchen apron, all of which were dyed black. The inmate's unsupervised time on the back dock allowed him to don the disguise and prepare for his escape. A secondary failure occurred when Sallyport West Tower procedures were not followed, and identity verification was not performed. Unfortunately, this allowed inmate Hardin to exit the facility unchallenged. That's a summary of the incident.
Thank you. Do you want to make any other comments before we go to questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Senator Disbang, you are recognized.
Thank you. My question has to do with how often we assess, yes, sir, assess the weaknesses and threats that may be there at a particular facility. So, for instance, Calico Rock, when is the last assessment done, on potential issues there?
We do a yearly security audit, which is performed by outside source through the emergency preparedness staff that we have. They come in and look at our facility, at everything we have, our policies, procedures, our cameras, our layouts, and make sure that stuff is checked, on a yearly basis. But now we also have a what we call a threat assessment that is done by our emergency preparedness coordinator once a month. And he goes through and he checks this stuff too.
Okay, so so there's a gate, and as my understanding is, it's a gate that has no notification of when it opens and closes. Is that right?
That gate is an electronic gate. Are you talking about the Sallyport gate?
Yes.
It is an electronic gate that is operated from the tower. The officer in the tower is responsible to open that gate and close it, and he's also responsible to make sure he knows who he's letting through.
And then, so when they're doing their assessments, so for instance, how often do you think even employees were walking out without being checked prior to?
I don't guess I understand the question. How often employees walk?
Well, it almost feels like we're saying that we had a one-off incident on the dock, and we had a one-off incident with someone disguised as an employee walking through.
Yes.
Clearly, they weren't one-offs. How often do y'all do your own assessments to make sure that your employees are following protocol, especially at entry points and exit points?
We have seasoned staff, and the staff that's on these positions have post orders they are to follow. They're signed for these post orders daily. We have people that work at the Sallyport gate itself, but this was on a weekend. This was on a Sunday. The incident that took place, there should not have been anyone coming through that gate at that time during what was going on. And that's a fail on our part for the officer.
Yeah.
But the checks that we make, we periodically check the people. We have people assigned there that checks the people that come out. If the person doesn't know who it is, their post orders require them to contact the supervisor to get clarification and also clearance for that person to come through. They're not supposed to just pop the gate and let them through.
Okay, when they do their assessments, and so who's the outside entity that does the assessment on the facility annually?
Okay, that is our emergency preparedness section that we have with ADC.
I thought there was one you contracted with that does an independent, and then you've got an emergency preparedness that does it monthly.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
I may have misspoke on that. We have our emergency preparedness division, which is Major Shore's division, does security audits on all the state facilities. all the state units.
So it's not independent then?
Well, they don't work at that unit.
Well, but they're not, but it's not independent of corrections, which is what my assumption was when you said it. I thought you had a third party come in and say, and do a true threat assessment and, and identified points of weaknesses or whatever it may be. So do they test then the procedures, or do they just look at the procedures and say, well, this is followed, everything's going to be fine?
They look at our policies and our procedures.
Okay,
they look
but
at
there's
our
no
practices.
actual testing?
They look at our practices too.
Okay. But there's no testing of those procedures to ensure that they're being followed? It's okay. Probably not if you don't know the answer. I mean, I
don't really know the answer to that. They submit a report on what their findings are. They make recommendations to us on what we need to change, if there's anything that needs to change. That's really about all I can say on that.
And as far as an escape, right? So I mean, I think Commissioner said it earlier, and I think he was right. I mean, it's what they do. It's what inmates are looking to do, right? So they're continuously assessing our facilities. They're finding the weaknesses, and in this particular instance, he parlayed multiple weaknesses into an actual escape, which would be incredibly hard to do, even with the complacent behavior of your two employees. Because, as was alluded to, the stars have to align, and that's just almost impossible that that's just what happened. So my question really for that is, what if there is an escape, do y'all already have, I mean, like at that particular facility, obviously there's only a certain number of places that someone can walk out of a facility or the escape could actually happen from. There are only a certain number of roads. There's barriers, where it be creeks or whatever it may be. So did y'all already have all that in place so that when the escape occurred, you knew where the hot points would be, where you might need to go, where you need to first look, or what does the policy look like that for an escape?
And so we have an emergency plan for escapes. We have checkpoints that we send staff out to man on a perimeter. We set a perimeter up, and all that's in our escape plan now.
Okay.
And it was in there then.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And how quickly was that plan executed after the roll was called and you realized it was Hardin?
We had additional staff come in, and as soon as additional staff arrived up at the unit, then we sent them out to these checkpoints.
Approximately how long did that take?
Probably 15 to 20 minutes.
So you set up the checkpoints before you notified the local community and the state police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Senator Gilmore?
Thank you. And I'll follow up right where Chairman left off. What time were you notified, and what time was state police notified? And you may have stated that already. I may have missed it.
I was notified about somewhere around 3:20, something like that. I was actually at the unit working that day.
Okay.
And the captain who was on duty come up to me and said, "Hey, we have a problem."
Okay. All right. And then the chairman testified to critical incident report. You familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. I think you just said that had been done. Is that correct?
The critical incident.
Has that been done? Has that been completed? Have y'all done a critical incident report?
The critical incident report is scheduled for the 21st.
Scheduled?
We're talking about the report where they come up and investigate it? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know. It's y'all's report. That's what I'm asking. He
we have a
referenced it
critical
numerous
incident
times.
review. Is that what?
Maybe that's what it is. But I think there's a report that comes after the review.
Okay. Well, the report that I submitted was sent up to the Internal Affairs, after all this was all over with. Okay. The critical incident review is what I'm talking about now, is where we have a team from ADC that comes in from the other units to look at what happened, determine, what we did good, what we did bad. Yeah. Make recommendations on any changes we may need to make.
And you said that's scheduled.
That hasn't happened yet. The critical incident review hasn't happened yet.
Okay. All right. So, we keep talking about how this happens. I know it's been mentioned, there were two people that basically failed. Do you know what the tenure of those two people were? Were these longtime employees? Were these new people? Were these?
The officer in the tower was a 5-year veteran.
Okay.
The officer in the kitchen had been there, I believe, over 3.5 years.
Okay. So these are people who've been doing their job for a little while.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You referenced a ladder that he walked out the gate with. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did he make that? Did he make it on the way to the gate? Because he had to store it somewhere.
It was on the back dock. He fashioned this on the back dock area when he had that time period out there by himself.
So how much time was he out there?
An hour and eight minutes by himself.
Okay. And there's no cameras out there?
That's not on the back dock area, no.
Uh-huh. So he fashioned that together on the back dock?
The best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. So he had all the stuff out there with him?
There's pallets out there. We have deliveries that come in, they're on pallets and stuff like that, and they were
Okay.
out there on the back dock.
And so it's typical to keep pilots like that? Because I would think that that would be a risk by itself. You could throw that up against something and climb up, just the way the pallet's made. So those are just out there?
Yes.
Okay. Final question, and I'll get back in the queue, Mr. Chair. We talk about, policies and procedures. One of those policies and procedures is the security policy or security rule for corrections. And the procedure lists, and I'll read from it and quote, the warden/center supervisor of each facility will establish in writing detailed security rules and procedures for all area of his or her facility. Such rules and procedures will be formulated to ensure maximum protection of the citizens of the state of Arkansas and to the employees and offenders of that facility. These rules will be available to all employees of the facility. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so you have these procedures, and you are the ones that you as a warden write that procedure, correct?
These are policies that are already established. What we do is we review them yearly, or if we have to make a change to it, then we revise it. But these are already been in place for years.
And so, correct. So this procedure has been in place for a while, but it was established initially by a warden. May not have been yourself, but
Right.
someone like yourself.
Whoever the first warden was of the North Central Unit established those.
Correct. So this is specific to those units, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there overall policy of corrections that supersedes these individualized rules for the facilities?
The unit policy goes hand in hand. It cannot contradict our ADs or administrative directives or ARs, administrative regulations, or the SDs, the Secretary of Directives. It cannot conflict with those.
And if there is a conflict, who?
If there's a conflict, then we have to refer back to the higher policy. The unit
Okay,
policy.
so you would then change your facility policy to mirror the system-wide?
Yes. If we have say we have a change in our grievance policy or AD, then we have to go to our unit policy on grievances and make that same change to make sure it reflects the change in the policy above that.
Okay. I will yield, Mr. Chair.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So clearly there's a system involved and there are lots of breakdowns in the system. I've been hearing, but at the end of the day, what is the root cause? Where did this start? Where if we change this, we wouldn't have to worry about all the things downstream. In your opinion as the warden?
We had 2 chances to prevent this. We failed on both. The officer in the kitchen had directed us not to allow this inmate to go out there, and he did. The officer in the tower allowed this inmate to go through both gates and never asked who he was. I spoke to that officer personally and asked him why did he let that person out. His comment to me was he thought it was an officer. They were complacent in their job duties. And when you have somebody complacent like that, bad things happen, unfortunately. We had the policies in place. We had the procedures in place. They just didn't follow them.
Okay, so I hear that, and I hear it's a personnel problem, but let's think further up the stream. I understand there was a Campbell soup lid or something where we made a badge. We needed a marker somewhere to do that. I mean, where did this really start? Because this was a symptom downstream. I mean, so like I don't know how you do things in corrections, but in healthcare, we're always looking for the root cause. Where did the problem start? Because if we stop that, we don't have to worry as much about does somebody else catch it, right? That doesn't mean we're going to take those things away, but that's what I want to probe you to think about.
Well, I think the problem is we got too overly familiar with that one inmate in the kitchen area.
Okay.
The things that he used, the lid you're talking about come from the kitchen area. The pens and markers and stuff like that come from the kitchen area. He was, we just got too overly familiar with him.
Okay,
He had been working in that kitchen a long time since he had been at that facility. And you have a tendency to get too close to them. And I think that's one of the things that he was allowed to do some things he shouldn't be able to do.
So there was a leadership breakdown somewhere before this person made it to the two people that let him out the door, if you will. So I'll let you think about that. I just wanted to prompt you to think, and I'll back out of here. Thank you.
Okay.
You mentioned that he spent an hour out on the back dock. Do you think that was the first time that had happened, or do you think that is a habitual occurrence?
That was not the first time that's happened.
Okay, so, and then it would we could probably assume that the guard in the tower, that wasn't the first officer he'd let out without checking their ID. I mean, it probably wasn't the very first time he'd done that, right?
Well, I can't say that for sure.
Yeah, because thankfully no other prisoners got out.
Right.
But, so does the guard in the tower have a supervisor? Does the kitchen employee have a supervisor where they say, hey, how's things going today? Where's your inmate?
Yes.
And everything had been going great up until that point, or was there ever any other reprimands that occurred?
No. Not
There was no other reprimands?
No.
Okay. Senator Johnson?
I'm over here to your left.
I'm sorry.
Back. That's all right. So the tower controls both the gates. What's the distance between the tower and those gates that he's
opening?
Yes.
20 feet.
So visually, he ought to be able to see that person pretty well, right?
He's as close to me and to the chairman.
Okay. So, I mean, this can't. I mean. Even what you've said, it can't be a one-off, and there was some comfort level with the employees in the kitchen because he devised this plan, and I don't think he dyed the clothing while he was out on a dock for an hour. He had the plan. What was it, a chemical clean out or whatever?
There was a chemical storage room on the back dock area. He was assigned as a chemical clerk for the kitchen.
Okay.
That would have been one of his areas to clean. Supervised, though, not by himself.
Supervised. He should have. Somebody should have been there with him.
And I'll add this to it. At the time when all this was going on, that was not a critical task. And the officer should have understood that's not something that had to be done right that minute.
Yeah.
He could have waited till he could have went out there with him.
Yeah.
But.
Well, whenever I'm thinking of somebody in a tower, it's not 20 foot. I'm thinking somebody at a great distance that you would need a camera system to be able to see. That's why I was asking that question. Is I wouldn't have assumed a tower guard would be 20 foot from this occurrence. So appreciate that answer. So is there any way of knowing review? I'm sure in these reviews that how many times that unsupervised that he was allowed on a dock, because I mean, it's not just going to be once or twice. You know, it has to be a pretty regular occurrence, or he wouldn't have been comfortable enough to make the plan.
What caused this directive to come out was myself and the deputy warden had noticed approximately a month before this that they were allowing the inmates to go out there unsupervised. And we changed that directive then and told them they're not allowed to have an inmate out there unless he's supervised. This was passed on to the shifts, passed on to the food service supervisors. That's what changed that. The inmates should have never been out there. And I say, I understand what you're saying. It happened, but the officers were told not to do it. And it just, there's nobody that's more embarrassed about this than me. You know, this is, I mean, it's not good.
Yeah,
we failed, and I understand that.
Yeah, we learn from experience, and they're all not always good. And I appreciate you being here today, and thank you for answering my questions.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Warden Hurst, thank you for taking the time to give your testimony today, take these questions. I have a few. The first place I wanted to start is you referenced whether semantics here, if it's an outside audit or somebody who's just not from inside the prison or something along those lines. There's a review of policies, procedures, practices annually. Is that correct?
That is a internal, I guess you say internal review by staff that are not assigned to that unit.
Okay. And then, and I can't remember how frequently you said, but then there is also a security assessment that is done. Is that correct?
That's done once a month by our emergency preparedness coordinator at the unit.
Have you reviewed or are you aware of any findings in the security assessment from the previous month before this escape or months, or that internal review from the previous year that had any findings that suggested that there were insecurities at Calico Rock?
No.
So there are no findings in any of those reviews or audits?
Not that I know of. The last audit that was done there was done before I was assigned to the unit.
When were you assigned to the unit?
July the 26th.
Of 24?
24.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's an appropriate question or not, but can this subcommittee be furnished with those findings? Can we request that?
Is that something you can provide to this committee?
I'm sure I can.
Okay, if you can get it with Mr. Little, and we'll get that distributed.
Have there been any immediate policy or procedures or staffing changes following the escape beyond the termination of those two employees?
We have changed the policy to make it clearer for the kitchen. The policy before said that no inmate that's not assigned to the back dock would be allowed out there unsupervised. We have changed that to say no inmate that is not, no inmate that's not a 1B trustee will be allowed out there.
I'm going to bypass a question for the sake of time, and I'll kind of end with this line of questioning. Some of my Senate colleagues had asked questions about previous possible violations of policy of letting individuals through gates or letting inmates out on this dock that's adjoining to the kitchen area. Since this escape by Prisoner Hardin, have you or anybody on your team reviewed security footage of kitchen interactions between staff and Hardin, or staff and any other prisoners who were released onto the back dock after the policy change? And along the same lines, have you reviewed security footage to make sure that employees or individuals of any kind, vendors or anybody coming and going, is having a verification process take place before being allowed to exit or enter any of the gates on the premises?
So to answer the first question about the back dock, we have a system in place now to where the kitchen supervisor radios the officer in West Tower and advises him that I'm going to be on the back dock with 2 inmates. As for the vendors come in, all the vendors come through the front entrance. They don't come through the side of the port gate.
So, and I know I said a lot there. I want to reiterate it real quick. Let's do one at a time. Between the time the policy changed before the escape, roughly within a month or so, it sounds like, you had a policy change, or a couple of weeks. Prisoners were not supposed to be going out unsupervised to the dock. Is that correct?
Correct.
Has there been any review of security footage in the time leading up to the escape to see if any additional kitchen staff were allowing prisoners to go outside in violation of that policy without supervision?
Not to my knowledge.
So nobody's reviewed to see if the violation was taking place by more than one kitchen employee?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. What led me down this question path was the questions about whether this was systemic or not. We've been told that it was not. But what I'm hearing is that it's not been really reviewed to see if this was happening on a regular basis since the policy change by additional employees. And then my last question with regards to this gate in particular that Hardin escaped through. Has there been any review of security footage to see if any employees or any guards in towers were allowing individuals, staff, to exit through that gate without verification?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So there's not been a review of the security footage to see if that has happened in addition to this one time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So, and I'm sorry to press you on this, so you cannot say definitively that this was not systemic behavior by staff in addition to the 2 employees who've been terminated?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Warden, I'm here. Question for you. You said you were notified at 3:20 that y'all had a problem.
Somewhere in that area.
And then you stated that at 2:53 is when Hardin walked out the last gate and left the premise. And I'm assuming that information, how were you communicated and what was told to you other than we've got a problem?
Okay, so what happened was I was in my office. We were doing visitation. I heard the captain come over the radio and said we need to do a roster count. I contacted the captain and asked him why we were doing a roster count at that time because it was not normal. He told me that he was on his way up to talk to me then. He came up to talk to me and advised me that he thought that we had an inmate go out the back gate, but he wasn't sure. He was then going to download the video to make sure to verify while we were starting this roster count. And that's how I became aware of it.
Okay. And then my question, once you established a command center, at what point did that happen where you actually said, okay, we have an escapee and we're gonna kick in to we have an escapee and follow our business plan? At what time did that happen? Was it at 4:48 after all the other prisoners were accounted for?
No, sir. No, sir. He brought the video up to me. He had downloaded, and we reviewed it and seen that it was an inmate going out the back gate, and that's when we opened the command center then. We were still counting to that time. So
right.
We started our emergency procedures at that time.
Okay. And then just kind of wanted to following up on the same line of a question I asked before, who's in charge of that command center?
Whoever the immediate commander is on site then, at that time, it was Captain Brandon.
So the captain was in charge in the command center, but you were on site?
Yes.
Okay. Did everyone in the room know the captain was the man and he was in charge?
Yes.
Even though you were in the room?
Well, I was in the office taking calls, calling people, stuff like that. He was the one who was coordinating the bringing in the other staff and also getting our checkpoints out to where they need to be.
Okay. So at what point did you ever assume command? Your pause is enough for me.
Well,
that's good enough.
I mean, there was a lot of confusion going on, but we were both coordinating what was going on.
I understand coordination. There are a lot of people, it seems like, coordinating. I'm just trying to figure out who was in charge and who was making decisions to try to catch the escaped prisoner, and who was making the decisions, and you paused for me. So
Ultimately, sir, it's my responsibility.
Well, I understand that you are the warden, and I appreciate you stating that for the record. But that's some of the issues that I have, and some of the issues the committee has of systemic issues and problems. That you've got a command center, and it's fluid. Folks are coming in and out of the room, and some are doing things, but everyone knowing who is making those decisions, who's in charge. So my last deal, and then I'm going to let these other members that are in here ask their questions. At what point and who made the decision to notify local and outside agencies that we have an escape, that someone from inside has escaped and Arkansans are in harm's way?
What we determined was that we failed to make the proper notifications on all the law enforcement agencies. We did contact Izard County and Baxter County, but we did not contact the state police. The person that was charged with making those notifications was pulled from the duty they were working on, and it was oversight on the people coming in. There was communication, confusion on that. And when I say that, I made the notification to my duty director, which was Ms. Colclaser. And when the EPC lieutenant come in, who actually took over assigning the posts and stuff like that, asked the question of the captain, have we made notification? He came to me and asked me, have I made the notification? I told him I had notified my duty director. That was a communication breakdown.
So kind of one of the deals, the left hand really didn't know what the right hand was doing, and everyone just assumed someone else had made the notifications.
Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. And I'll yield to some of the other folks that are in the queue.
Mr. Hurst, what role did the Board of Corrections and or Chairman Magness play in the command center? Were they helping? Were they there at all?
Mr. Magness did come to the unit. He wasn't making decisions or stuff like that in the command center.
Okay.
But he was up there to support staff.
Okay. And you have an emergency management coordinator?
EPC.
Yeah.
He's our emergency preparedness coordinator. Yes.
Okay. And what role did they play in the command center in an escape?
In an escape, they are the ones who assign the post, what we call the perimeter post, escape post. They keep up with the staff members when they come in, who they are, what post they're assigned to. They take information that we have, that we received on tips and stuff like that. We pass that along to the agencies that we need to get that to.
Okay. That seems like a pretty important job.
It is.
You feel like that was carried out effectively?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Always find ways to improve, right?
Yeah.
Senator Dees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hurst, for being here today. So, Mr. Hardin was a murderer, rapist, and one of the worst offenders in your facility. Can you help me understand? It sounds like his charges were upgraded after he was moved to your facility. Did anything change from the first time he entered Calico Rock to after his resume of offenses increased? Did anything change?
He was classified as a C3 inmate while he was at Calico Rock. Our unit is a C4 maximum security unit. So his custody classification allowed him to be at that unit. Nothing changed on that part. I mean, he was within the limit allowed at that unit.
So at one time, this facility wasn't supposed to be holding murderers and the worst offenders. But so has classification changed in the time that you've been over Calico Rock?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I was told that over the years, that these worse offenders really shouldn't be held at this facility. Are you saying that we can hold more and more of our worst offenders at your facility?
What I'm saying is that unit, we have a classification system, custody classification system. The North Central unit is classified as a C4 unit. Anybody with a C4 custody rating can be housed at that facility.
Right. I think what I'm getting at is with lack of supervision, and I understand there were breakdowns and issues, but with some of our worst offenders and dangerous prisoners, they're not scheduled to go to North Central. They're supposed to go to facilities like Varner. Is that a general good statement?
No.
Okay.
No.
So the inmates that are at Varner, they could be housed at North Central and just as fine?
If they are a C4 custody class, they can.
Right. So if they're elevated, then they go to Varner, right?
If they elevate to a C5, they can be sent
to a supermax.
Right.
Is that the understanding? I'm
Yes.
trying to make sure I understand. Yes. So when we look at our correctional systems across the state, we've got some folks that think that we should just add more dollars and expand Calico versus looking at building higher degree supermax facilities. And to me, this sounds like we don't want to send the worst of the worst offenders to your facility. We need to make sure that they are correctly identified and classified and send them to the right facilities. So just so I'm clear, we shouldn't be sending, do you believe we should be sending inmates like Hardin, despite what his classification on paper says? Do you think he was correctly assessed to your facility?
Until this escape, inmate Hardin, since the time he's been incarcerated, 2018, has no disciplinary infractions. He has never been a problem to staff or other inmates. His custody score allowed him to be at that facility. That's the way the system is set up.
In your opinion,
he had not been a problem up to this time.
In your opinion, do you believe his background in law enforcement and knowledge in that field made it easier for manipulation or breakdown in any of the policies or communication with employees on your site?
Can you say that again, please?
In your opinion, do you believe Hardin's background in law enforcement and knowledge in that field made it easier for manipulation and breakdown in policy or communication with your employees?
I don't think it assisted him in getting out. I think it would have assisted him on the outside because he would know what our procedures are. Being former law enforcement, I'm sure he has been in a situation where he has chased, felons trying to catch them. He would have knowledge of all that, but I don't think that helped him get out.
We have some members that believe our next step should be to expand Calico Rock, and the things I've heard today, I don't believe that's the right direction.
Senator Dees, let's stay on the...
Okay, thank you. And then more clarity on the command center. Why did it take 12 days if he only went 1.5 miles? Why did it take 12 days to find him?
Because he hunkered down into the woods. He didn't move. We had no reports of any stolen vehicles. We had no reports of any break-ins at houses or hunting sheds, no stolen cars. We made numerous sweeps through the woods, and we felt like he was in this one area around Moxican Creek, and I don't know if everybody's familiar with that. We felt like he was in that area, and that, in fact, is where we did find him. He didn't move. He didn't break into anything. He didn't steal anything. He laid out there in the woods and just stayed in one place until we actually had someone walk up on him.
Who walked up on him?
The Border Patrol officers.
So, and one more time on authority, when an inmate escapes, is it still the warden that's tasked on the recovery, on the manhunt, or does another agency take over at a certain time? How does that work?
Well, we use our staff initially on that. Now, the way the Border Patrol got involved was we asked for their assistance. We also asked for the FBI's assistance. So
For FBI, you said? Okay.
yeah, we ask for that assistance. They don't just come in and take over. We ask for their help.
And
They have more resources than we do.
You asked for their help at a certain point
Yes.
because you just hadn't found them, or is there a timeline that?
Well, they have more resources than we have, such as airplanes with the heat seeking and stuff like that.
Okay. And then the last question, the individuals that were let go, I believe we were told 2 individuals that were fired for policy breakdown. I've heard different roles described about the individual in the kitchen, that he's an officer, that he's a food service guy, that he is kitchen staff. Is that person responsible for security of Hardin?
Yes.
And so they are an officer. They're not just a vendor. They're a trained officer for security.
They're required to go through the same training academy as an officer who'd be working a shift.
Okay.
They go through the same training.
Thank you for that.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator D's probably got most of my questions answered, but I just wanted to follow up for some clarity, because when this first happened, I think the number one question that came out of my district, which is where Officer Hardin or Citizen Hardin committed these crimes, and where the families of the victims still reside and had to deal with the terror, thinking he was coming back that way. The question most asked is alluded to what Senator D said, is why does somebody with a 30-year sentence for a murder and a 50-year sentence for rape have access to daily chores and duties and not put in an 8x8 box where he probably deserves to be? And, my initial response to them was more, we have a duty to protect him, and if he's in a facility as a former law enforcement officer, he may end, his life may end quicker than than the state wants it to, not necessarily the victims' families. But I think I need to understand is Calico Rock is classified as a minimum, medium, maximum security facility. How many of your inmates do you know of that have 80-year sentences served in your facility with crimes like these that have access and duties to portions of your prison that they have the ability to escape? Because I would assume to say somebody with a 10-year sentence that's on good time with 1/6 to be served is less likely to search for that out than somebody with an 80-year sentence that has to serve half and is already in their mid-50s that will most likely die in that prison. Do you know how many of those prisoners under your care meet that description?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I know that we try to assign a work detail for each inmate who is physically able. That keeps them busy. That keeps them out of trouble. It gives them a purpose. I understand what you're saying about in a cell locked away, but someone with that much time on their hands, they need a purpose in life. They need to be able to do something besides sit there and look at the walls. And him working in a position, in a job, he could have been anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the kitchen. He could have been inside a building as a barracks porter or a shower porter or a hall porter. It could have been anything like that. He just happened to be in the kitchen.
It isn't, and I'm just trying to gather. I've not been to Calico. I've been to Varner and Cummins and Wrightsville, but I've not been to Calico. Do you mix minimum, maximum, and medium security prisoners together, or do they share the same living quarters? How do you isolate a maximum security offender from a medium or a minimum security offender?
The way we have that set up is we house people by their job assignments. If you have people assigned to like a regional maintenance crew, then you will have everybody in that barracks will be on regional maintenance. The kitchen crew, we keep them all together in one barracks. We don't look at the charges, stuff like that. If they're assigned in that position, when we try to group them together, that makes less movement inside the facility. You don't have people coming from all over the unit to one, to go in the kitchen, go to work. You've got them all right there together. It limits the movement. We try to control the mass movement as much as very possible.
So what makes a maximum secure requirement different from a minimum secure requirement in your facility?
Well, if he's maximum, that just that just means that we have to be particular about where, well, that's not really. His custody rating, we look at that on job assignments. Now, I wouldn't take someone that's a class 4, C4 maximum security inmate and assign him to the front office. We look at that stuff. There's no distinction really between how we assign them on the jobs, as long as it fits their medical class and what they can do, and also on their history. If you've got somebody that is disruptive, assaults staff, attacks other inmates, I mean, certainly you're not going to put that person in a kitchen setting or a laundry setting to where they have access to tools or other things that they could harm somebody with. It depends on what that person does. This inmate never had the first disciplinary infraction until this. He had been, and I'm not going to say a role model inmate because I don't want to use that term, but he had been a inmate that had followed the rules up to that point.
So, as a warden, you're comfortable with what, in essence, was a life sentence being served for an inmate to have, in essence, albeit an incarcerated life, but a normal life, and not serve down in a Cummins Varner, which is likely where he'll serve the rest of his life, which is where his family thinks he should have deserved. And that's not on you. That's on a policy that the state needs to look at as far as, I can see what the previous testimony was. He got sent to a parent unit at Calico because he had one murder charge, 30 years to serve half plus good time. 2 years later, he pleads guilty and gets a 50-year sentence for rape. In my view, at that time, if not before, he should have been sent and put in a box down at Cummins Varner. But looking forward, if you had that inmate come back to your facility with the level of access that you grant them based on, albeit good behavior, but serving a life sentence inside your facility, would you request that they get transferred out, or would you attempt to satisfy that requirement?
If he meets the criteria to be at that facility, he can be at that facility.
Okay, and you think
that's not something that I decide or determine. If he is a C4 and below inmate, he can be housed there.
Okay, now one last question. So I've been, again, Cummins Varner, I've not been to Calico. Do you have electric fence all around your entire facility?
No.
I guess that's my concern, looking at it as just a policymaker, is when you have somebody with murder and rape, guilty, convicted, that they're in a facility that's where I'd put a low-level sex offender, because they're going to have two different outcomes, and I think we need to look at it as a state to move those, regardless of their status as a good behavior. We need to put like-minded offenders in like-minded facilities. So that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Warden, do you see why that's a major problem, that there's no distinction in how they're treated based on their classification? Do you set that policy at your facility?
I do not.
That policy is set by who?
That policy is in our ARs and our ADs, and it's set by the...
Is it set by the department or by the board?
By the department, by the director.
Okay.
Warden Hurst, you said you were hired and you took over command of Calico on 7/26/24?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been under the employee of Arkansas Department of Corrections?
41 years.
41 years. Is that in what capacities and what roles over those 41 years?
I started in August 24th of 1981 as a CL1 correctional officer. I rose through the ranks to field sergeant, shift lieutenant, building captain, chief security major, and deputy warden, and now warden.
And deputy warden, were you at this facility as deputy warden, or were you somewhere else as deputy
No, sir,
warden?
I've been at 9 different units.
9 different units, and so 41 years of consecutive employment under the Arkansas Department of Corrections.
Not consecutive. I left for 2.5 years in 2013.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know how much this cost the state of Arkansas and the local governments and the federal government?
I do not. I don't have that total.
I'd like you to get that for us.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Gilmore.
Thank you, and I'll give him a second to write some notes, and then we'll ask the questions. All right, Warden.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being here. You said you left for 2 years in 13. Was that by choice?
2.5.
Two and a
No,
half?
sir.
Sir?
No, sir.
What was the circumstances?
I was terminated.
Why?
Failure to follow up on an investigation.
Okay. Thanks for that answer. Have you seen Mr. Hardin's risk needs assessment?
Have I seen what?
Mr. Hardin's risk needs assessment?
I have not.
Does it exist?
That would not be something that I review. I mean, I don't. His risk needs assessment is, I'm sure, done by mental health staff.
But that is somewhere. Somebody looks at it.
I'm sure it is. Yes.
We have it. We have that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't. It's not something that I have. Something that I look at.
Okay, but but you would know if it exists. Presumably, it exists. Okay, that answers it.
I don't know.
And so who do you directly report to?
William Strawn.
Okay, and where is he located? Is he in Little Rock, North Little Rock, rather, or
He's in Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff? Okay. We've had a lot of conversation about confinement and doing assessments of inmates. Do you think classification assessments are accurate that currently exist?
As for the custody scores, or
Is that what you call them? Do you have classification assignments?
yes, the classification does the custody scores. They do the
Okay,
custody
and so
levels.
so we do that, is what you're telling me.
Yes, it's computerized. Yes,
And that's based on what?
it's based on the inmate's time in his crime,
Okay.
his disciplinary history, things of that nature.
So presumably it's based on an assessment of their risk, their needs, and whatever that's plugged into that system.
Yes, it's plugged into that system. That determines their custody score.
And so we evaluate an inmate when they come in the door
Yes,
at intake?
yes, at
Okay.
the Washita River Unit,
Okay. All right. And do y'all ever reevaluate them?
such as
Once they get to your particular institution, do you ever reevaluate an inmate at your facility?
we do an orientation on each inmate that comes in. We do a medical orientation on it, a medical evaluation.
Okay. Okay. So my understanding, there's not there has been some discussion about classifications. The board recently approved that. Are you familiar with this?
What they recently approved. I'm not directly familiar with it, but if it's a classification change or change in the policy, it comes down through the channels. Yes,
Okay. How does that normally come down through the channels?
it usually comes from the central office. There is a person there that's designated to send out all the new policies,
Okay.
all the revised policies.
Do you know who that person is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. But they send you the policies?
Yes,
Okay. Is that through email? How does that normally happen?
email. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Warden, we did a back and forth a little bit ago about whether security footage had been followed up on prior to the escape, on whether or not policies and procedures were violated by other staff, and whether this would be systemic or not at Calico Rock. With that in mind, the 2 employees who were terminated, were they terminated specifically because a prison break took place because they violated the policies and procedures, or were the violations of the policies and procedures fireable offenses?
They were terminated because they didn't follow their post orders, their directives on performing their job duties.
Have you in any way, shape, or form, since that took place, investigated whether other employees had done the same thing prior to that escape or since?
I've had no reports that they have. If I had a report...
Have you done any type of investigation into whether that's happened or not? I asked specifically about security footage. You said no, but now I'm asking, have you done any type of investigation?
I'm not aware of anything like that happening, and if it was brought to my attention, then yes, I would investigate.
I understand. Have you done any investigation to see if it has happened?
No.
Okay, so no follow-up to investigate whether these policies or procedures were broken by other staff members, correctly? I mean, correct? That hasn't, no investigation?
Before this?
Right.
No, not
Okay.
before.
Why wasn't there anybody available to supervise Hardin on that dock when he was released from the kitchen?
There was someone available. The person in the kitchen could have called the shift supervisor and asked for assistance. He didn't do that.
Okay, so this is good because ignorance on my part. I've heard between your testimony and Chairman Magness' testimony that there just simply wasn't somebody out there to supervise him. So protocol-wise, it's not that there's somebody who just is out in that area supervising. It's that somebody needs to be requested.
He could have requested. Most of the time, there's 2 kitchen supervisors on duty.
Were there?
At this point, there was only one because the one who came in the morning shift had already left for the day.
So if there's normally 2, why was there just 1?
Because they work split shifts. We feed 3 times a day. One comes in about 2 o'clock in the morning and starts the breakfast meal and the lunch meal. And then the other one comes in about 10 o'clock and carries on through the evening meal.
So at this time, there's not normally 2?
There is 2 during the course of the day, but they don't. What I'm saying is, in the evening time, that first person who came in for the morning meal had already left.
Normally, during the evening time, has that person already left?
Yes.
Okay, so normally at this point of the day, there's not 2 on duty.
No.
Is that something that should be addressed?
We still have the ability to have someone come in there and assist them.
So it's not something that should be addressed?
I'm not saying it shouldn't be addressed. What I'm saying is, we don't have the positions in that kitchen. We have 4 people assigned with a kitchen lieutenant who is over all them.
Is it
We
burden?
have to cover those 3. We have to cover those feeding periods all day.
So is it burdensome if the kitchen staff requests somebody to come down?
No.
In the process of terminating those employees, was it ever asked why he didn't ask for somebody to come down? He or she, I don't know.
I didn't ask that person that.
So we don't know why that individual didn't ask.
No.
In the incident review that's going to take place, will they interview the terminated employees?
I don't believe so, no.
So we'll have no idea the opinions or the mindsets of the employees who were terminated who more or less broke the policies and procedures. We won't know why those things took place from this incident report.
No, not from that one. No.
So, and I'm not insinuating this, but it's a plausible response that an employee could say, well, every time I call and ask for help, I get in trouble, or it's bothersome, or, my boss gets on to my case, or he makes my life miserable when I request this because it's a burden for him. We have no way of knowing if that's the case because they will not be interviewed for this incident report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you and nobody inside your team asked those questions?
I did not, no.
Any reason why?
At the time, I was wanting to know why he let him out there. Why he went out there.
And just one more time, you haven't investigated any other employees who are in these same roles to see if they've done the same things with other prisoners or individuals on staff?
I haven't at this time, no.
Do you think that you will?
I probably will, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of real quick follow off Representative Rose's line of questioning. I think it would behoove this state to interview those employees for the incident report. I really do. I think we're going to miss a lot of information by not doing that, but that's just me. How long did it take you to notify Baxter County and Izard County Sheriff's Office that you had an escaped prisoner?
I don't have the exact times.
Hour, 2 hours?
Oh, no.
Less than an hour?
I think so, yes.
Okay. How often are standard and procedures reviewed at Calico?
You're talking about policies?
Policies, reviews, if you have an update in policy, does the rest of the staff get that update? Or you have standard and procedures, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes those change. How often do you guys update those with staff, have a meeting or so forth like that, so people are all on the same page? Because as clearly now, we know not everybody was on the same page.
So we have monthly security meetings with the supervisors, and policy changes and things of that nature are covered in those meetings. I have a monthly meeting with all my staff there, including security and non-security, and discuss any policy changes that come down. We go over it like that. That's how we get the message down. The supervisors, the shift supervisors, captains, stuff like that, they're required to go back to the shifts during shift briefing and pass that information along to them.
Okay. Is it safe to say that has failed?
I don't think so, no.
No? Okay. Also, who for information purposes, who does the classification for an inmate?
Who does the classification?
Yeah, so who selects, so if you get a new inmate, say I'm there, and who selects which job I'm going to be or do in the prison?
We have a classification committee that's made up of myself, the deputy warden, the major chief security. We have mental health, the chaplain. These people are all on the committee that decides on what job that person is assigned.
And remind me again, what does that committee take a look at, like for Mr. Hardin's case, his criminal history and so forth like that? What is that taken to a part too? What other things taken apart for that classification?
Well, we look at his medical status to make sure that he is physically able to do a job. Also, we look at the mental health status. If he's on some type of medication or something like that, he's not allowed to work outside in the sun. Things like that are looked at. We look at his past history, his behavior. If he has been a disruptive or violent person, then we take all that into account.
Okay. That's enough questions for me for now.
Warden Hurst, kind of focused on this in the past, and I'm going to go back to it again. During the time frame where there was a command center, was there ever a time when you were not in charge outside of the time that your captain was in charge?
I was there the whole time.
Well, I understand you were there the whole time, but were you in charge the whole time? Were you in command in that command room? Were you calling the shots the whole time in that command room?
No, I was not calling the shots the whole time. I was allowing the staff that was there to do those specific jobs, I was allowing them to do the job they were assigned.
Well, that's what leaders do, but now, since you've gone there, could you tell me who was in charge when you weren't in charge?
The captain who was there.
So it's back on the captain.
But I mean, I was there the whole time. So.
Yeah. Was there anyone else of a higher rank other than your captain that was in charge of that command center?
No.
Okay.
No.
One final question, something I think maybe Senator Dees or someone asked. Has there been any communication with the victims and the victim family? I mean,
not from my standpoint. I mean,
but as far as you know, has there been any communication back to the victim's family?
I'm not aware of any, but I wouldn't be privy to that.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, members, seeing that we've made it all the way through the queue, and he's still sitting in his chair, he didn't get up and just walk out. We do have food coming for everybody in the room, and all the witnesses that are still here graciously waiting to visit with us. But Warden Hardin, I want to thank you for coming.
Warden Hardin?
Sorry. Hurst, I apologize.
It's okay.
Did somebody else say something? Oh, Matt, Rep. Rose, you want to ask another question of the warden? We'll go for it.
Through this experience, I was just curious from a leadership perspective, what have you and your team learned through this that will be beneficial moving forward?
To check and double check, to make sure that we've taken care of things that need to be taken care of, that we've followed our policies and procedures. What we're looking at now is this inmate was assigned to that kitchen area for 7 years. He worked in that same job for that long period of time, and that's way too long. So that's something that we're going to focus on and look at to see. We don't need someone that gets that comfortable, because in a period of time like that, staff gets comfortable with people. You lose that perspective of security first, and that's something that we can't do.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's real quick. Did you say earlier in your statement that you did not contact state police first?
No, we didn't.
Okay. How far into when you realized the escape printer, how long was the time did you take to contact state police?
We found out that we did not contact them. They learned of it through the other agencies and arrived at the unit on their own.
Okay. So is there a reason why?
There was a miscommunication on the notification process.
Is that in the standard and procedures that you guys have, is to contact state police?
It is in the procedures, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. With that, thank you for coming and talking to us. And you're welcome to stay for some chicken sandwich if you want, or you can hit the road.
2.5 hour drive.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Members, we will wait for just a minute while we're waiting on our next witness, which is Dexter Payne, and then we'll get going again. Mr. Director, if you would both introduce yourself and you can be recognized. If you would, you're welcome to make a statement. And then if you wouldn't mind going through kind of a course of events of the day of the escape, and you can follow through with what happened afterwards, what actions you took, the department took, the prison and the warden took, the other agencies that got involved. You can be as detailed as you want, and then we'll open the floor up for questions, but we do appreciate you both being here.
Yes, sir. I'm Dexter Payne. I'm the director for the Division of Correction.
Major Randy Shores. I'm the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the Division of Corrections.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. On May 25th at approximately 2:53 p.m., inmate Grant Hardin was assigned to the North Central facility in Calico Rock. He was assigned as a 1C inmate as a kitchen worker. That day he was working in the kitchen, and he asked the food service supervisor if he could go to the back dock and clean the chemical cage up. So that food service employee allowed inmate Hardin access to the back dock to do so, to clean that cage up. However, when inmate Hardin was back on the back dock that day, he changed into a makeshift uniform. He carried a cart and a cart with a box and a makeshift ladder made out of pallets. He walked to the gate. At that time, he stood at the gate. The officer let him through the first gate and let him through the second gate. And of course, that was a violation of our policies and a violation of just common good security practices as he let him out. So during that day, once I was notified of these things, I began making notifications. I notified the board. I spoke with Secretary Wallace, our radio room. So we just start getting our process in place to recapture inmate Hardin once he had got out the second gate. Our K-9 teams searched, ran a track, trying to find inmate Hardin with our dog teams, and we were unsuccessful at that point. So we searched, we set up a perimeter, we opened up a command center. From that point, we started making notifications of different agencies for assistance in helping us to recapture him without success. But eventually, we ended up catching him after a long, drawn-out period of time. We've got him back in custody, and he is now housed at the Varner Supermax facility. Since that point, the initial staff that allowed him out of the kitchen, disciplinary action has been taken on that person, as well as the person in the tower who actually popped the button and opened the gates. And right now, what I've got going on, we've referred this matter. Internal Affairs has looking at it. We've also have a critical incident review, and this all will be also investigated by state police. So right now, that's basically where we're at. Once we get our critical incident review completed, I am very sure there'll be some changes that we'll be, adding things to several policies within the Division of Correction and the Department of Corrections. But today, that's where we're at. I'm hoping to have our critical incident review completed within the next couple of weeks. It's taken a little longer than we thought. The person actually overseeing that incident review had some health issues and was out for a period of time, but he's back and he's working hard trying to get that incident review completed so we can see exactly what we've done wrong and how to fix what we've done wrong, and make sure that to the best of our ability it never happens again.
And I'm sorry, sir, would you repeat your name?
Major Randy Shores. I'm the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the Division of Corrections.
Would you like to add anything to that?
No, sir. That pretty much sums it up.
Okay. Then we'll open it up for questions. I've got Representative Crawford. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, and Mr. Dexter, thank you for always answering my calls.
Yes, ma'am. You will.
Helping me with my constituents. It was said that there were no cameras on the back dock at the kitchen. Are there other areas that do not have surveillance cameras that people could get out, inmates could get out and plan an escape?
Well, our perimeter fences have cameras, but this area of the back dock, there are areas inside of institutions that, you know, we want camera coverage for the entire deal. I would love that. However, unfortunately, we do have blind spots at times that we don't have cameras. We try to identify those blind spots and utilize things such as mirrors, things of that nature. But we do not have cameras in that spot, and there are several locations that we do need additional cameras, and we're actively seeking funding and things to get our cameras updated and more adequate at our facilities.
How much funding do you think that would take?
What do you think?
The last estimate that we have done, and that was from an outside corporation, I think it is Verdicta Cameras, was somewhere in the process of about $30 million for the entire state.
Okay, well, let's look at something different.
Yes, ma'am. It was a lot.
How much would it take just to fill the areas that are not being filmed, like the back dock?
Like the back dock. And say, if we looked at that department-wide, and we audit this during our security audits, and that's all noted, to have someone come in and just add to our existing camera system in the neighborhood of probably around $5 million to get all the blind spots covered at the different institutions across the state.
I want to break in just since Representative Crawford went down this line. Earlier in testimony, they said that from the guard tower, you could see that back dock. So
Absolutely.
you have something better than a camera. You've got human eyes.
Yes, sir.
And there's very little activity on that back dock. So you've got a guy in the tower with a rifle watching those perimeters that can see that all the time. And that tower's staffed and manned
24/7.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for interrupting my questions, but I just wanted to know what it would take, because as we all know, there's not enough money to staff who you need to staff in any area in the state. But I was trying to look at the things that would bring comfort to those people who have people who are inmates that they fear would come after them, to where we could possibly make it more secure for the community. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Dees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. This is just kind of for my clarity. It always takes me a minute to get my head around the different layers and departments and roles. So, Director of Division of Corrections, how does that team, how do you interact with the Board of Corrections, and what is the authority ranking and conversation like for policy and procedures on facilities like Calico Rock?
The ranking structure, I report to the Board of Correction. I also report pretty much to the Secretary also. So as far as policies, we have different layers of policies. The Board of Correction actually does what we call administrative rules. They basically take care of those, and what I try to do is build administrative directives off of those rules, and I try to make them more specific to the facilities and things of that nature, whereas the administrative rule basically gives me a overlay of exactly what we need to do and what our focus should be, but I try to tailor it specific to the Division of Correction and the facilities that we have.
Is it fair to say that you're the implementation of the policies that are made by the board? Is that a good summary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with the emergency management system, how do you and your team and your division, how do you come into account with these divisions
I assist with the coordination of all the emergency plans, the special operations, the special emergency teams, assisting the units with writing their emergency plans for certain emergencies. And I answer directly to the director. I guess firsthand supervise all the STTG, which is the gang unit, and the narcotics K-9 unit for the department.
Thank you for the clarity on that. And so now, double-clicking deep dive into the event, we have reference of our command center that gets set up, and our leaders rallying together to get a plan. And will you help me understand what that room was like and what was going on, who had authority, what information was getting passed out?
We follow National Incident Management System, ICS, Incident Command Structure. It's some of our naming is a little different, like our ultimate commanders and then our operations chief and our financial chief, logistics chief, and they are made up by the unit warden, the unit deputy warden. They take on those roles. The director and the management staff, the management team from the department, the director staff operate as the emergency operation type center, if you're familiar with NIMS, to assist that commander on the ground with anything that he needs logistically, financially, or in the process of making another plan for a certain operation. My role in that is to assist him in coordinating span of control, joint information, and working with the other outside agencies as a liaison.
So you said commander. So the commander would be the authority in the command center
Yes,
during
sir.
the manhunt?
Yes, sir. That would be your unit warden. That would be the
So
warden.
the warden is the commander?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He is the ultimate commander of the unit that has the issue. He is the ultimate command.
So, but you also said that your team reports to the Board of Corrections.
Yes, sir.
So if the Board of Corrections were in the command center, would they have authority?
No, sir. The ultimate commander would be the warden at all times.
At all times.
Okay. Just making sure I understood
Yes,
the authority structure.
there is no change in command unless, of course, the commander is relieved of duty, and that would take the director to relieve someone of duty.
So in this instance, was the warden in authority?
Yes, sir.
In the command center, and it was
Yes,
never
sir.
relieved of duty?
Never relieved of duty,
Okay.
except for a break to sleep.
Sure.
You know, that's the only time that there was ever a change of command committed. But Warden Hurst was the ultimate commander for the entire operation.
And so if there happened to be a board member in the command center,
The
warden would still be authority. And does everybody know
Yes, sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, they would be there just, of course, as advisors or in a role to observe.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Payne, thank you for taking time to spend your evening with us.
Yes, sir.
Doing
Yes,
some
sir.
Q&A, and I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct that your initial experiences with corrections was serving as a correctional officer? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Do you feel like that gives you unique perspectives and insights as you've risen through the ranks to where you are now?
Yes, sir. I do.
There's been a lot of discussion this afternoon, with the classification of Mr. Hardin as a prisoner. With you recognizing the distinct insights that you have as having been a correctional officer, are there any policy and procedures in place that would have put Mr. Hardin in a different category, having also previously worked as recently as 2017 as a correctional officer in the Arkansas Department of Corrections?
That's a tough question, but he at North Central Unit. I think he was properly housed there. North Central is probably the best staffed facility that we have in Arkansas. It's as of today, I think it's fully staffed. It's probably the only facility that I have that's fully staffed. So, and we can house what we call C4 maximum security inmates at that facility. So, yes, sir, I think that is a facility he could have been housed at. He had shown us nothing inside the facilities to say that he was a discipline problem, He didn't have any disciplinary reports the entire time he was with us until this incident.
I'd like to just kind of reiterate the question.
Okay.
Is there a policy or a procedure in place for when you house a prisoner who has a background in correctional employment?
No, sir. That does not address specifically correctional employment backgrounds. No, sir.
Do you think that that should be taken into consideration?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you'll take into consideration moving forward?
Yes, sir.
I have another question along this line, but I don't want to forget something else that it was very interesting to me. We talked a lot about the disguise or the resources and materials that he used with the ladder building and all these things, and I kept seeing this box, and maybe it's been revealed, but what was in the box? What was the box for? Did you ever discover it? Was it supplies? Was it how he survived?
Yes, sir. From my understanding, he had a bag in that box that had supplies in it. That was the box. That's why he had that box.
Okay, I follow. Do you believe that it is in the best interests for Calico Rock, but also other prisons across the state, to investigate whether other employees at that location had failed to follow policies and procedures in the days and weeks leading up to that prison escape?
Yes, sir. We want to get to the bottom of exactly what happened, and if we can determine that there was other policy violations up to that point, yes, sir, we need to address them.
We had just spoken with the warden previous to this, and it had not crossed his mind or did not rise to the level of importance to look at the security footage from the previous weeks of whether anybody had not had verification when exiting those back gates, and to not check kitchen footage from the previous weeks on whether or not other prisoners had been let out onto this back dock by other employees working either in the kitchen or at that guard tower. Would that seem like something that should be done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll yield back for now, but I appreciate your responses and the attention to that matter. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Payne, you said that it was a food service employee that he let him out to clean the chemical cage or something like that. Is that an employee of the department of the prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He was an employee of the prison at that time.
So with that person, when they do that, when they let Harding out, does the tower get notified that somebody, procedure-wise, hey, letting a prisoner out on the back dock there, does the tower get notified? How does that work? How do they?
No, sir. What should have happened, he shouldn't have allowed him out there by himself. If he allowed him outside, he should have been there with him to make sure he did what he was supposed to do, and then brought him back in once he completed the task.
Did that employee, I assume you interviewed the employee.
Yes, sir.
Did the employee ever say how many times they let an inmate or Hardin out?
No, sir. He did not say how many times throughout his career he had done so. We do know that he let him out this time after being told that he should not. He had to sign for a staff meeting minutes, and they were told not to allow inmates outside the back door without staff being present.
Gotcha. How often do the standards and procedures, I asked the warden this too, I want to ask you, how often do the procedures and standards get reviewed by whether it's the warden or other staff members on a basis?
At least annually.
Annually?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gilmore.
Director Payne, good to see you.
Good seeing you too.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Was there a unified command established on site at Calico?
When you say unified, are you talking about with additional other law enforcement agencies?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that and I know it didn't happen immediately because it took some time. We've already established, took some time to realize he was missing and all of that. But when was that established? Any idea?
I arrived on the scene. I think I got notified somewhere around 4:15 that afternoon. And of course, it's almost a 3-hour drive up. By the time I arrived around 7 o'clock, that unified command was coming together. We already had representatives from local law enforcement there, state police were there. The perimeter, for the most part, had been set. And of course, you had local authorities and the state police on that perimeter doing the roadblocks. So it sometime before 7 for sure.
Okay. So who all is a part of that, generally speaking? And you may have covered some of this, but I'm sort of rehashing it a little bit, I think.
Normally, it does vary from the locations of the prisons across the state, because some prisons are in very rural areas. I think Gould has 2 police officers, so they normally don't send anybody to the command center. Everybody can understand that. But for the most part, you usually have the local authorities that are there, which would be the local PD or a constable. Then you would have a representative from the county. Then you would have somebody, of course, from the state police. As things expand and you start to expand your span of control, it's not uncommon to have the FBI or the U.S. Marshals come in to assist also. And they'll have representatives in and out as they come in to assist us. And you always have a representative, of course, from the Emergency Operations Center, whether it's a deputy director or the chief deputy director or the director himself that comes into the Operations Center. So that's usually what makes up the biggest part of the unified command.
Okay. So we have tracking dogs and teams on site at Calico?
Yes, sir.
And those were deployed, I presume?
Yes, sir, they were.
But I presume there were rain and other factors involved?
They ran a track approximately, and I'm just going to say approximately maybe a half a mile before the rain hit. Right at the road crossing, the rain hit very hard, and when I arrived on the scene, the lieutenant, briefed me, and he said, "This is where I lost that, Major." So we devised a plan, of course, to take our inner perimeter and tighten our inner perimeter down. And at that point, the Arkansas State Police drone team was already there. My drone team was en route, and got with the 2 drone teams up and put them up to start trying to clear the areas to the east and the west of Moxkin Creek.
Okay. Who handles are these, I presume these are certified folks to handle the dogs and track the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they care for the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the standard across all corrections at every prison that has tracking dogs?
Yes, sir. We have 4 tracking and what teams? We call pack dog teams. Okay. These are full-blown pack dog teams. Have up to maybe 40 dogs. And that's the teams with the horses and the full-blown deal. North Central's a little unique in the aspect that they are only a leash dog team, and that's because of the terrain up there running at nighttime. We'd run a horse off the side of a cliff somewhere. So they have always had a leash dog team that operates 1 dog on a leash, normally with 3 handlers. I've got a leash dog team at North Central, got 1 at Pine Bluff, and then we have 1 at Newport.
And I presume with all these teams that inmates have 0 contact with the dogs?
No, sir. We do have inmates that work inside the dog kennels.
Okay.
Those inmates are highly classified as far as looking at their background, their jacket. They're disciplinary free, and they do come out, and they only do pen cleaning, some feeding. Okay. And a little bit of the handling, but not near as
and that's
much.
Across the system, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Except for the narcotics dogs. My narcotics dogs are different.
Handlers handle them. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. I do want to touch on classification. And I know, Director, you're probably familiar with the classification study that was voted on by the board. I believe that was May 29th, which was a few days after the escape. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. What do you anticipate that being?
I anticipate it to basically compare our classification system in Arkansas to other classification systems around the country, and possibly bring us information that we can improve our classification system if possible. I think we have a pretty good classification system, but you can never be perfect. You can always improve and do better.
Mm-hmm. So, and help me with your current classification. What are y'all looking at when you make a classification? Is that based on intake? What they're assessed at intake, or is that based on what?
So it's based on basically his entire file. We look at a number of things. We look at his age. We look at his or her length of sentence. We look at his program needs. We look at numerous deals and characteristics. His gang affiliation. There's a long laundry list of things that we actually look at.
Okay. All right. Mental evaluations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those are done. Where are those done? Is that done at Washita? Where is that?
The initial one is at Washita, but I mean, throughout time, you have people that sometimes their mental health fails 10 years, after being in prison.
Sure.
So we do evaluations at every unit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who does that? Do you have trained personnel, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have trained mental health personnel and licensed staff
at each facility to reevaluate if need be.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I'll get back in the queue. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Have you not heard the Blake Shelton song? You're going to have red-haired blue ticks all through the South.
Yes.
If you're not careful. What kind of training is provided to department employees, and is it on an annual basis regarding escapes and the response to those escapes?
Yes, sir. It is in the annual training, in the annual emergency preparedness training. Annually, they have to go through 8 hours of training. So inside that, the basic officer is basically briefed on what his or her duties would be at their grade at that time in the emergency preparedness system. Of course, for a lieutenant, it's different than a CO1. It's different for a sergeant, and what they would be expected to do during an escape.
What kind of drills do you complete, or do you complete drills?
Every unit has an emergency preparedness coordinator that's like myself, but they work directly for the warden at the unit, and they do complacency drills monthly. These complacency drills can consist of anything from taking a piece of paper and sticking it in a fence that says, "Hole in fence here, call me when you find this," or to the point where we run full-blown drills to the point where we lay a track, run the dogs the whole 9 yards. It just depends on what the complacency is we're looking at that month. The management team of the unit, including the warden, is advised of that, and then the emergency preparedness coordinator develops the plan and then operates it. Once a year, every unit is required by policy to interact with the outside agencies, that being the local police, the sheriff's department, or whoever is there, even the fire department. We have fires too. We have to do drills on that. So once a year, they have what's called a full-blown tabletop or drill where everybody comes in, they disseminate the plans, and they talk to one another, see who's new, or they will have a full-blown drill all the way out.
So the two employees that I understand to have been terminated, they had been with that facility apparently 3 and 5 years respectively.
Yes, sir.
Do you know when their last complacency review was? Because we got the definition of complacency there, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. And that would be that would be in that complacency drill for that month. Were they actually on duty when the EPC had that drill? That we would have to go back and look at that to see if they did get that monthly. But the EPCs rotate that. So if they didn't get it this month, they probably got it the month before.
I'm sure they did. So do you know if there were any reports or infractions that were reported regarding inmates being let into areas they shouldn't be alone, or perhaps the guard tower? I'm surely this wasn't the first time he'd let somebody out who he thought was an officer without, sure. And obviously it wasn't the only time Hardin was allowed to be in that back dock by himself. So were there any previous?
The complacency drills, after they do them and they do the paperwork on them and they do send them up to me, I don't recall ever seeing that being noted on a complacency drill. That's another job of the EPC, is to do that paperwork, and he becomes kind of the overseer of the drill to see what went good and what went bad. I don't recall seeing that on any of that complacency paperwork.
And so, to your knowledge, the emergency preparedness coordinator for each unit, was he in the control room and performing his function?
He was. Lieutenant Cross was there doing what the EPC does.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Representative Rose?
I just,
sorry.
Hold on a sec. While you were in that line on those drills, so it's just to make certain I understood what you were saying, that really nothing came of those drills as far as a finding or an area that we needed focus, or have there been results that led to corrective actions from those complacency drills? So how did they go? Did they go well?
There's always things that they find, and it just depends on what the complacency drill. It can be as simple as an inmate not clearing a metal detector for this month. He didn't clear the metal detector. How did the staff respond when the inmate didn't clear the metal detector? And then that is documented by the EPC, and then of course it's sent back to the shift commander for review, and then of course appropriate discipline is taken through the progressive discipline and our policy. I don't recall any discipline, in the few months coming up to this happening.
I'm going to jump back in here. Sorry, Representative Rose. Along those lines, it's been said several times today that this was obviously it was complacency, but it was a failure to not implement policy that we had on the books. But it seems much more systemic to me when you've got possible classification issues, possible communication issues, then you have what appears to be a habit of breaking policy. I mean, the fact that he was able to get the materials that he needed over whatever span of time it took him and then carry out those acts, I don't know if I don't know if the department does searches of these even inventories of that room. I believe, if I heard correctly, there is a policy to inventory that supply room where he was in.
Yes.
That wasn't happening, right? So the guy at the gate, and I've said this before, if everybody else had done their job, it wouldn't have mattered. But there seems to be a whole string of these violations, and it doesn't just stop with those two individuals. So, I'm glad to hear that there are complacency drills going on. For whatever reason, that wasn't effective at this unit.
Correct.
So, okay. Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have the terminated employees, are you aware of the terminated employees been replaced?
I'm pretty sure they have. But it takes the time. They've got to go through the training academy first before they can actually come to the facility. So at North Central, as I stated earlier, they're pretty much fully staffed. So I'm pretty sure they've hired somebody to replace those employees.
Well, and I was going to ask, were there any employees who were promoted into these positions following the terminations? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how you rank them, but you've got Tower Guard A, and now he's been terminated. Is there another employee who could have been elevated to that position, or did you have to hire somebody specifically as that exact same position?
So what we do every day, we assign officers to different posts. So once he was removed, terminated from that post, we assign another officer there. But basically, what we do is rehire somebody else. They go through the training academy, but somebody's going to be covering that tower until we can rehire. Get them out of the training academy and get them into the facility. So they're not there yet, I'm sure.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is if we could request just notification or information letting us know if those two terminated employees have been replaced yet, or if there is an employee windfall in the interim.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll find out.
Are you aware, or do you know, or can you find out if any other employees were reprimanded, disciplined, demoted due to this prison escape?
Not at this time. There have not been. We're still in the process of doing our critical incident review, and once it's complete, we should know better if we need to do additional disciplinary action.
We discussed at length with both Chairman Magness and Warden Hurst. I believe that there are an annual audit or review, inspection,
security audit. Yes, sir.
It seemed like there was two different ones, right? There's an annual, and then there's maybe something that takes place monthly. And both were discussed.
Yes, there's a vulnerability assessment done monthly.
Okay, that's what it was. Yes, and then so have you reviewed the previous annual inspection and then the previous several maybe month inspections prior to this escape to see if there were any findings that would have suggested there were failures or weaknesses?
Yes, sir. The vulnerability assessments I have, I also review those monthly for the units, and there was nothing documented on that vulnerability assessment. Security audits we do security audits annually, and of course, that's the day of the security audit. There was nothing noted on that day for last year's security audit.
So, go ahead, sorry.
Other than the fact about the cameras and the other blind spots that had been noted, it's been there for a while.
So, with that understanding, do you believe that something more intensive should take place? If it didn't reveal these vulnerabilities, and we're seeming to see that maybe there was a pattern of behavior that had taken place that led to this escape. Is there something more intensive that would have revealed the vulnerabilities? And I think it was you, Director Payne, said this was more related to a personnel issue, not a policy issue. But is there something more intensive instead of just continuing to do the same thing?
Oh, any time there's any escape or any emergency in the department, if we can diagnose that there was a vulnerability in our system somewhere, that next security audit for that next facility, you can bet there's an emphasis put on that vulnerability. Before I take a security audit team out to do security audit, I discuss with Mr. Payne and of course the directors, the management team of the agency, is there anything special that you really want me to put some emphasis in? And they will tell me, and if there has been an emergency, if there's been a fire in a laundry, hey, Major, make sure that we're checking those vents in the laundry, that there's nothing in there stopping them up. So when you get to the vulnerabilities that are there, we're constantly looking to those, and we are constantly reviewing our audit instruments that put our auditors onto that next vulnerability. This one here, you had a personnel issue that allowed this to happen, and we're in that people business. You're always going to have that human element that's there. Could we have done better with a different deal there for the vulnerability? I'm unsure of that with the personnel pushing the button.
And thank you for that response. And I think I'd like to follow up with, I am not a prison security subject matter expert, but I would strongly urge, once again, to take into consideration moving forward, maybe to an even greater degree, the background of prisoners who specifically have worked in law enforcement and correctional facilities, having a background around prisons and jails and those types of patterns of work and knowing the inner workings of jails and prisons and those kinds of things. Moving forward, what is the department going to do to restore maybe morale and accountability for all the correctional staff at Calico Rock? Because on a number of levels, this has to be devastating, concerning. What are you guys doing to just kind of restore or re-implement morale for the employees and also accountability?
Well, basically what we do, like I said before, North Central is a pretty unique facility with us because they're pretty much fully staffed. once we get the critical incident review completed, we can just see exactly what we need to do. Unfortunately, I'm not there today. I don't have all the information I need to, but our human resource department, we have employee assistance programs. If they got questions, we have open door policies. So if they need help or any type of assistance, or we feel that the morale is just way down behind this, we're there for them. But most of our staff understand, hey, we have a task, we have a job to do, and it's a heavy task because we've got 18,000 inmates inside, our fences, and they don't want to be there. So our job is to keep them in there, and they pretty much understand that. But anything we can do for them, we'll definitely be there to help them.
After this follow-up, I will yield to my colleagues here. I asked the warden if there had been a line of questioning to the terminated employees, what led to their decisions on some of these things, what their mindset was, and if and I'm losing the proper terminology here, but the incident review, if they were going to be interviewed, and I asked the question along the lines of the kitchen employee, do we know his or her mindset of, did they not call for an additional supervision of prisoner Hardin on the back dock because that was an issue, right? Were they kind of reprimanded if they had to ask for assistance? Was that a problem? And nobody knows because nobody's asked those questions. Like, was he afraid to ask for assistance? Was the tower guard concerned that if he asked for verification that he'd get a slap on the wrist because previously that had happened? None of those questions had been asked in the investigation. From what I understood, none of them were going to be asked after the fact because they've already been terminated. Mm-hmm. Does that line up from an investigation standpoint for you guys? Shouldn't those lines of questioning take place with those employees, whether it's before they're terminated or because at this point, how are we supposed to get those answers?
Right, and I think the food service employee just didn't follow policy. He just chose not to follow policy. He had signed saying that he understood that he couldn't let anybody on that back dock unsupervised. He knew that, so he chose to do wrong. The tower officer, he did, when we questioned the tower officer, he did explain that he was a little upset by being moved to a different post that day. He initially started that morning in restrictive housing. One of our other employees became sick, and this employee replaced that person in the tower. And I think he was a little upset by moving posts that day, and I think he just became complacent.
Well, and I appreciate that. And I guess
Representative Rose?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move on, and we'll put you back in the queue.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calico Rock, that's kind of in a rural area, but I've been there many times, driven through Iuka there, that little cut through between Calico and Pineville there. There's resident houses and stuff that are there still. How were those residents notified, or were they notified that there was an escaped prisoner there? Because some of those houses, especially on that back side,
yes, sir,
are right across the road from your fence.
The actually knocked on the door.
Okay, and who did that?
We did.
You did. Okay.
Once my team hit the ground with the SUV or the ATVs, we went from house to house all the way down Utica Road. We couldn't cross Moxican Creek there that night because it was flooded out. We ended up, but believe it or not, the next day we did cross and went on down doing our house to house that we would normally do and checking on all the residents and making contact.
How far is that perimeter that you do the door knocking?
We went all the way across Iuka where it comes out all the way to Pineville.
Yeah.
I think those people probably they brought us some cookies and stuff too, but I think they kind of got tired of seeing us because we kept that pretty hot. And then, of course, all the way, I guess is that 5 that comes back around, all the way from where it comes out there at Pineville and comes all the way back around on Highway 5, all the way back to the entrance of the unit. That was kind of our perimeter.
Okay.
And of course, most of our focus was right there at Moxican Creek. Just did not. even though we didn't have the sign to tell us that he was there, we focused on Moxican Creek because we just did not believe he crossed that creek. And could get away from that. We did have a sighting the first night way down Moxican Creek. We went in there with the game and fish, and it was really flooded out. Pretty much ruled out that he didn't make it that far that night. So we knew he was still close. So we just kind of circled in on that area around Ayuka Road.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, members, moving forward, if you would be so kind as to stick to maybe 2 questions and then jump back in the queue. Well, then we'll make sure everybody gets a chance to ask their questions. Senator Johnson? Senator Dees?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. It took 12 days to find him. What's your quick thoughts on that, why it took so long?
Weather, terrain, equipment, training. That was the big thing. When director asked me what do we think about the BORTAC, we had the BORTAC solution. My answer was yes, immediately. Can I get them here tomorrow? Because I had worn out my team. I'm talking, I've only got 20 guys, let's say, that's really trained in that type of terrain to go in there and do that. And then, of course, with the equipment that I had and the weather, we were worn out. So they brought different equipment to bear. They brought some nice toys, and we linked up with them, and that's how that was done.
How did he survive that long? I mean,
he actually, from the initial point of it, he found a way to get out of the weather. The first night, I think he was in like a cave or an overhang, and then he was able to find some structure out there that he could get into.
And food and supplies, he was able to take all of that from the facility when he escaped?
He did have some peanut butter sandwiches that he took from the unit with him, and he surfaced on that till he got hungry. And then once he got hungry and the weather got hot, it went from hypothermia to we're sweating. And once he got hot, he had to move, and that allowed the BORTAC's equipment to locate him.
Okay, but there was no other help or supplies that he was able to get anywhere else that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, and I interviewed him, and I asked him basically, how did he basically survive food-wise, and he told me that he had eaten blueberries, even bird eggs, the whole time he was there, worms and things of that nature, trying to survive for those days.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Gilmore.
I'm looking to see how many other lights are lit up because I got a few. Are we holding to the 2 questions? Thank you. Fair enough, and I'll yield. All right, Director, you may have already answered this question. When did you get to the North Central unit?
I got there the next day. The initial group that went, Major Shores, my Chief Deputy Director, Deputy Director Strawn, as well as Secretary Wallace. So I stayed and made the notifications from Pine Bluff.
Okay. And when you say you made the notifications, what does that include?
I notified the Board of Correction, notified Secretary Wallace. I've had to contact the radio room to send out do our notification checklist. They also changing our electronic offender management system. They changed him over to Escape, and once they do that in our system, it sends out emails to everybody notifying them that we do have one that has Escape.
Okay, and so were you the one? Who's responsible for notifying state police?
State police should have been local. The state police in Izard County should have been notified by the North Central staff.
Okay, and that's the process, procedure, protocol, or whatever it's called.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What's the highest level custody that you have for an inmate?
C5.
C5, and this inmate was a.
At that time, he was a C3.
He was a C3.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. So the Calico Rock facility is classified as a
medium maximum security. It can hold up to it can hold C4s. We do have some C5s there due to a classification issue we have with a certain crime. So that's something that we've been trying to get addressed with our electronic offender management system.
Okay. Should he have been classified higher?
Yes.
Okay. What should he have been classified as?
More than likely a C4.
Okay. And what prevented that?
A glitch in that EOMA system, that electronic offender.
Is that fixed now?
No, sir. They're working on it.
Okay. Any timeline on when that'll be fixed?
No, sir. Don't know. I don't know. This is an outside vendor, Marquee, that does our system.
Okay. Anyone else in the queue? Okay. Then I don't want to take all the questions. All right. I'll get back in after this one. Classification, typically, so for a custody level, that's a 5. Or is that usually cell by themselves or what?
Not necessarily cell by themselves. They don't have to be cell by themselves.
Okay. So not a single man cell?
No,
single person?
They don't have to be. We'd like them, but hey, unfortunately, I don't have enough cells to house all of the C5.
Well, I understand that. Okay, I'll withdraw and I'll get back in.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you for being patient for my 2 questions. I went and got me a bite to eat. So my 2 questions, one of them is for Mr. Shores, and the second one is for Mr. Payne. Mr. Shores, kind of following what Senator Gilmore asked, is as the emergency preparedness coordinator, Mr. Cross, is he the one that is responsible for a notification for the state police?
He would assist the ultimate commander with those notifications.
What's the ultimate commander? I had never heard
That's
that
the
one.
warden.
Oh.
The warden, normally there is a notification officer that is assigned. The commander would assign a notification officer, and that officer would normally work for Lieutenant Cross.
Okay. I think the warden wasn't notified until 3:20. I think he was let out at just after 2. So,
And in that case, whoever the duty officer was, whether that be the deputy warden or the major, one of them would assume the role of the ultimate commander. They have the same powers as the ultimate commander in that role.
all right. Dr. Payne, my question for you is, do we have any other wardens in any other units that have been fired or relieved of duty previously besides the Warden Hurst?
So you're asking if I have any other wardens that have been relieved of duty and came back to work for us in a warden capacity?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let everybody know now that there is food out in the hallway. Everybody here has been provided for, so you're welcome. We're glad you're here, and we appreciate you. Members, individually, if you want to slip out. I think Representative Beatty.
Can I add to that last question, please? Yes, sir. There is one other warden that was relieved of duty and came back. That's a warden. Yes, sir.
Director Payne,
Yes.
I heard, I guess it was on one of the TV interviews, your comment that you had a personnel problem, not a policy problem. Do you still stand by that as your assessment of what happened as personnel failed and there's not a a systemic or a policy issue or concern at Department of Corrections?
So the statement that I made based off that was pertaining to this incident at the North Central Unit. At the North Central Unit, I had 2 employees who done the unthinkable. One let an inmate out on a back dock by himself, and I had one open a gate. I think that is. I think if I had the best policies in the world, if I had these same employees who chose to do wrong, I think I would have been in the same situation because they made a choice.
So my other question is, as in your role as director of this portion, this agency, your assessment of how, it was easy to identify the 2 employees that made bad decisions.
Yes, sir.
That were the failure. What other assessments outside of those 2 employees have you looked into as far as a higher level of accountability from the other officers, the lieutenants, the captains, the warden, and the folks that were involved there at Calico that had a hand in this? Because ultimately, as the warden said sitting at the table, ultimately it was his responsibility, and he was man enough to sit at that table and make those comments. So in your capacity as the director, what have we learned from this? What actions are we going to move forward with? Just the termination of 2 employees, that doesn't solve the problem.
Yes, sir, I agree. We're doing, as I said before, we're doing a critical incident review. That's going to help, that's going to enlighten us to the problems we actually have and what we need to do to fix those issues. So once that's complete, I will definitely know more. I do agree that there's probably other issues, but once we complete that review, I'll know more. I know definitely.
And then my last point again is, based on your observation and the time you were on site, the warden was the man in control the entire time and calling the shots in the command center during this time that we were looking for Hardin.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Gilmore.
And let me know if someone else gets in the queue, please. So, sorry. I'm going to do maybe some rapid fire, and I've got a couple other questions, too. Do we know how he made the uniform other than he used a marker to dye it?
Yes, sir. We know that he did use a marker to dye it. We do know that he used appeared to be a Bible cover to make a makeshift badge. He had paper in it, and he had a button inside of that to make a makeshift badge. We know he done that also. We know that he utilized a apron to make the vest that went over the uniform. He utilized a kitchen apron to do that. Mm-hmm. So far, that's all we know. That he utilized.
So that being the case, work with me here for a second. How does all that happen unnoticed? And y'all are the corrections experts. I'm not, and this is just a legitimate question to help me understand. How do you dye a uniform? I would assume if you're dyeing a uniform in a sink in a prison, your hands probably get ink on them. I would assume that if you're cutting things out to make, that's going to be noticeable. I'm assuming that if you're taking an apron out, that's going to end up coming up missing. Work with me here. How does that happen? I mean, I think the thing that was stated in earlier testimony was the stars aligned. That's a lot of stars.
I agree. A lot of stars. The badge part was simple. I'll start there. It's simple. The inmates have Bibles. They have personal Bibles, and making that badge was pretty simple. The button appeared to come off clothing to me. It was a big white button. So that was.
What was the button made of? Do you know?
Just a button.
Just a button, like
plastic
like a button.
Plastic button.
Okay, so it wasn't a soup can lid.
Oh, there was a soup can lid there, but the button was on top of the soup can lid.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I don't want to say soup can lid. There was a metal lid. And the button was on top of it, yes.
All right. You were going to continue with some of the other?
Okay. Yes. The clothing, he appeared to have used Sharpie pens to dye that clothing. And I think he took several months to actually do that. And he found him a good hiding spot, from my understanding, from talking to him. He found a hiding spot under a trash can, at the bottom of a trash can with another trash can on top of it. He found him a hiding spot to hide that stuff. And
Where was that?
that was on the back dock. The kitchen, the back of the kitchen. Yes.
A lot of things happened on that back dock, including building a ladder.
Oh, yes, sir. He took that wood and built a homemade makeshift ladder. Yes, sir.
Huh. So, but you see where I'm going at. There are a lot of things that took place that he did unnoticed and unaware of
Yes,
the
sir.
staff.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how. I mean, I don't think you can blame just two people for that. Can you? Do you really think this came down to two people? I understand buck stops with the guy that pressed the button and opened the gate, because that's your fail-safe, right?
Yes, sir.
But what about all the things that led up to that point?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying with our critical incident review. Once that comes out, there may be more additional action taken.
That's going to be look. So I'll just make this request to chairs. Chairs, I'd love to get that report whenever it's made available, and maybe we have another opportunity to do this, because I think hopefully that's going to tell us a lot. No one else in the queue?
I'm going to cut in on you just to slow it down. You know, I had a constituent that just texted a message earlier, and since we're on this side, something that they're wanting to know at home, their folks are watching, and they want to know, how often do we let someone out that gate with a wagon that has state property on it, an employer or not, that's rolling a wagon out with the box on it that rolls out that gate? How often does that occur?
Not often at all. And that's what I'm saying in this case here with him being, it's an employee error. That employee, that he shouldn't have let anybody out that gate on the weekend. This was on the weekend. We didn't have a Sally Port officer there. No one should have went out that back gate. It's also doing visitation. No one should have been released out of that back gate.
Yeah. And, well, Representative Rose has hit several times the review of the camera and the footage to see, you know, we're saying that it doesn't happen or it shouldn't happen, but without review of those cameras and those tapes, how do we know?
Yes, sir, but we'll review them. Yes, sir.
The warden mentioned that he really didn't have any plans to. So hopefully you can get that figured out. Senator Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow on, the speculation was that there was workers in the kitchen, and it looked like it was a craftsman or a construction worker leaving, but previous testimony was the employee that hit the button thought it was a guard. Can you elaborate on, was there construction going on at that time to where it would warrant a guard or a construction individual with a makeshift ladder and what might be a tool or a reason to be there that might have come in earlier, or was it the guard? I'm conflicted on what the
No, sir. To my knowledge, there was no reason for anyone to be going out that gate on that day. No, sir.
So it wasn't. There was no construction going on in the premises.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of either.
Did you interview him on why he built a ladder and pushed a cart?
Yes, sir. I did. He told me basically once he got to that gate, if the officer didn't open the gate, that he was going to attempt to climb the fence with the ladder.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Gilmore. And he's left. Representative Payne.
Just real quick, did he say, how many times did we know that he went back there? I mean, if he's doubling trash cans and putting the uniform back there, I mean, that takes, and building this stuff, it takes a little time. He couldn't have died it in one day.
No, sir, I agree. That was his work assignment. That was his actual job assignment, was to take care of that chemical cage. So he probably was back there most every day of the week.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So are inmates searched after they have their job assignments, after they carry out their tasks?
Yes, sir.
So that's policy. So that obviously wasn't happening either?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Senator Gilmore?
I'm back. Thank you. Sorry about that. Was he injured? Did he injure himself at any point? Are you aware of?
Not to my knowledge. I think the weather and the bugs and things like that got him, and because he thanked us for medical taking care of those bug bites and things.
Well, it's a good thing he wasn't over in the Delta, right, Senator Johnson? Talk about the warden for a second. How long you been director? Remind me.
Since July of 2019, so 6 years.
Okay. So were you aware that he had been fired previously?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware of the circumstances of why?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think we already established there's one other warden, right? Is it common that we rehire people once they're terminated?
Yes, sir. It just depends on the reason for them being terminated. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was no issues, and I don't know all the circumstances. I know some of it, but there's no issues in your mind that prevented him from doing his job, his duty, any issues like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Final question, and then I'll yield. When were victims notified? Victims of Mr. Hardin or inmate Hardin? When were criminal Hardin? when were they notified?
I don't know. I don't know the exact time.
But they would have been at some point per protocol.
Yes, sir.
So you're fairly certain that happened.
Yes, sir. The victim, as long as we had the victim information, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I realize y'all were sequestered on previous testimony, and I had to step out when you first sat down. I asked the question of the warden how many inmates at that level, C3, C4 level, were serving what in essence was a life sentence, even though he had a 30-year and a 50-year half time. It's 40 years for a 50-plus-year-old inmate. It was ultimately going to probably be a life sentence minus some good time. And I guess my question is, as we move forward, look at policy, having an inmate that is a C3 or C4, that is a long-term resident of that facility, at what point do we look at it and say this is too high of a risk? Even though we are a maximum level prison, because we can take these type of inmates, we're housing them where low-level offenders are as well, and we've got a supermax and a max down there that has like-minded individuals that rape and murder and we don't want back in society and won't come back to society. We made the early on decision to put him in his parent unit. Then he had subsequent charges that increased, how long he was going to stay, and no changes were made. I made the assumption that it was because he was a former law enforcement officer, and if you put him in Cummins and Varner, he probably wasn't going to survive. You'd have to put him in an 8x8 box. His family of the victims think that's where he should have been all along, and some of them assume that's where he was all along. So they were surprised to hear that he was, serving in a kitchen along with low-level offenders, not getting the full experience of what he likely should have deserved. So moving forward, the question is, policy-wise, are we looking at actually putting those level of offenders in the situation which they got themselves in and deserve, instead of having them scattered at different facilities that do not have the, million volts running around it with, Constantine wire across it?
Yes, sir. We definitely will be reviewing that. Unfortunately, if I had more cells, I could put more people, in those situations in the C5 facilities. But yes, sir, we'll definitely be looking at moving people around. We've already started looking at that North Central list already.
Okay. So do you know if there's any of those level offenders in Calico currently, or was inmate Hardin the only one that really rose to that level?
Yes, sir. There are
now,
others.
And I don't mean C4, but I mean like maximum. Ultimately, what accounts to a life sentence, there's no reason for them to try to be on good behavior and stay, because they're never going to leave the facility, even with parole eligibility. Are any of those level offenders at Calico, or do we have them at Varner?
Yes, sir. There are some other inmates that may have the same charge that inmate Hardin had. Yes, sir.
That may never get out. Or they serve in 30 years and they're C4, but they'll be eligible for parole in 15, so it makes maybe a little more sense.
Yes,
I'm just trying to make sure we're reviewing that an inmate with the mindset of I'm never leaving, so I am going to occupy 100% of my time with how do I escape a medium maximum, but really a medium minimum facility because that's where they're housed.
Yes, sir. We're definitely reviewing them. We've already started reviewing those to place them somewhere else. Unfortunately, Varner has a capacity. They have a limit also. So, and we've getting a lot of inmates in now with longer sentences for violent crimes. So, space is an issue for sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today, for waiting, and for sharing your knowledge with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the
Appreciate
opportunity.
your time.
Yes.
Colonel Hagar, want to get out of here? Conway's calling you? Well, if now's not a good time, if you'd introduce yourself for the record, and then you're welcome to make a statement or open it up for questions. That'll be up to you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairs, committee members. Secretary Mike Hagar, Department of Public Safety, and I'm also Director of State Police. And I'll just make myself available for questions.
Okay, members, we've got Senator Blake Johnson.
Thank you, Secretary. So, is it called a commander over like Troop A, Troop? Is that what you call them?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Have you got any of those commanders that were rehired after being fired as a trooper?
I'm fairly confident. No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the previous testimony was state police was not active on early in the announcement, like local enforcement was, but state police was not. Do you have any recollection on where you would fall on the priority list if one of these incidents occurs, as far as for your own policy manual, where you would prefer to be at?
Right. We would prefer to be notified immediately. Yes, sir.
And your state police is keeper of the AWINS system, correct?
Adam, yes, sir.
Adam is keeper of the AWINS, but
yes.
State police have primary control over its permissions. Or
I
Adam.
think that technically Adam.
Okay. Do you know if the Department of Corrections utilizes that system at all?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. I guess my thinking is that something that maybe future conversations will have, that somebody has the ability to utilize AWINS. I'm just curious if AWINS was utilized prior to the state police coming on board, where state police received that information over the airwaves versus being notified through the proper channels.
Right. If they are a customer of AWIN and they are operating on that system, we probably still would not have known that, because there's several AWIN customers that are all operating on different channels. So we'd still be relying on them to notify us either by phone, email, terminal message, something like that.
Okay. 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 I'll ask the Department of Corrections if they utilize AWINS.
Colonel Hagar, are the state police doing an investigation to the events at
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. Do you know when that report will be released?
I just spoke with Major Rhodes before the meeting started, and this is a rough estimate. She thinks conservatively 30 days. It's possible that it will be sooner than that. Investigations tend to grow as you do interviews. That spawns another interview and another interview.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you have to follow up based on information that you've received and do a follow-up interview of one you've already done. So it's hard to say for sure, but
when it's ready, will you please provide that to the committee?
Yes,
You'll
sir.
send it to Colby. He'll get it to us.
Yes, sir.
Representative Payne? Oh, he's out. Are you out? You are.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Colonel Hagar, being here. Right here.
I'm sorry.
There's a substation of state police outside the prison, correct?
Yes, sir. Troop I is located in Harrison.
So what is that used for?
It's just the headquarters for the Troop I Highway Patrol personnel, and also the company special agents have an office there as well.
Would that be utilized if you guys were notified quick to operate out of, or where would you guys operate when you guys got on the scene?
Well, it's a communications hub for Troop I, so that notification would go to dispatch center at Troop I, and then they would make the appropriate notifications to the Highway Patrol personnel.
Last question: how long did it take for you guys to get notified?
That's part of the investigation that we're doing, and there is a timeline on that, but I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel Hagar,
Yes, sir.
You arrived on site. At what time did you arrive at Calico?
I actually did not go to Calico until the Wednesday following the escape.
So on the Wednesday when you arrived, and just based on your observation, I know you've got an investigation going on, but your time there and your personal observation, are there any insights that you would like to share with the committee of who was in control and in command in that command center? Or would you rather wait until the report comes out?
That's going to be a focus of the report, is that coordination. So, yes, sir, if you wouldn't mind, I'd rather wait until.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My bad, I didn't know the chair had left. Senator Gilmore, your 10 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll take it easy on the good colonel. He has been sitting out here a while, and he has an investigation that's ongoing, so I won't put him on the spot in that regard. But you do have an investigation ongoing.
Yes, sir.
We've heard the timeline of the investigation. Can you give us the scope of the investigation?
Yes, sir. We are looking to see if any laws were broken, first and foremost, if there were any policies violated, and if there were any procedures that were violated.
Okay. I know I can speak for the committee in the sense that we anxiously wait that report of that investigation and look forward to you coming back here and speaking freely and fully as to what that bears out. And so I think we can expect that.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Colonel.
Just one follow-up question along those same lines on the investigative report. Is it customary for state police to do these type of investigations on a prison escape?
There's always an aspect of an investigation that will be done into the criminal nature of it, but Governor Sanders requested that we do this pretty early on, just for the nature of everything that was going on. She just wanted a third-party investigation to look into this.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you. Just to follow up on looking at, if we put your DPS hat on as we look to see how to shuffle the deck if something like this were to happen again, do you see a role where DPS takes command of the situation? I'm wondering, does DOC personnel, as they get trained, do they go through ALETA? Do they do the same things that we train our state police or highway patrol or our local law enforcement in order to be at the DOC, or do they have separate training where it makes more sense that DPS gets more active early on?
Yes, there is a separate level of training there. Yes, sir. The DOC has two different academies, is my understanding. I'm very limited in my knowledge of DOC and their operations, but my understanding is they have a Department of Corrections Academy and an ACC Academy, and it is a different level of training. Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess I look at it like we can fund prisons and we can fund law enforcement, but we put law enforcement in with the prisons, then, that budget gets shrunk to put the bars on the doors versus putting boots on the ground. If we got boots on the ground, fund them and have them as a backup resource. So
yes, sir.
As those conversations go on, I'd appreciate input. Thanks.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've discussed this, and you've been in the room with some of the previous witnesses, and I was just curious if you could speak to it from state police perspective. What was the delay time in communication from when other agencies were notified to when state police was notified?
Yes, sir. Again, that's part of the investigation that there is a very specific focus on the timeline, but I don't have that available right now, but that there is a very specific timeline that's being formatted.
So if you're able to, if you have the latitude to, there was a delay. Yes, that's
Yes, sir.
correct. Okay. And I guess there's a scope of the investigation that you're not able to discuss at this time. Is there anything that you can discuss that state police might have been able to implement or act on quicker had they been notified at the appropriate time? Is there anything that you can share at this time?
Honestly, I've been briefed along the way with the investigation, but for the integrity of the investigation, I'd rather not, just because, again, with the interviews that are taking place that do kind of span out into follow-up interviews, sometimes that information changes. I don't want to do anything to harm the integrity of the investigation right now, knowing that this is public, so I would rather not.
Suffice to say, there was a breakdown in communication.
At first glance, it would appear that way, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Colonel, we appreciate you coming and sitting through the testimony. It's been kind of late, and we appreciate your honesty in the job that you do for the state.
Yep.
If you have no other comments, we'll let you leave and take that nice leisurely ride home. And we're going to call Secretary Wallace.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Secretary Wallace, I think we've got Tawnie coming too, so if you want to wait until she gets here, that'll be fine. Introduce yourself. If you have opening statement or comments, you can make those, and we can wait until she gets here if that's what you'd like to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am at your pleasure, whichever you would prefer. If you want me to go ahead and get started, I can.
Rock and roll.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lindsay Wallace, Secretary of Corrections. I appreciate the opportunity for us to come and visit with you all today. So I think what I was asked to do was prepare sort of a summary of what the events were as they happened with me. And I will say the first thing on Sunday, May 25th, 2025, at approximately 4 p.m., I received a call from Director Payne that inmate Hardin had escaped via the Sally Port in a makeshift officer's uniform, pushing a cart of some sort out towards the garage at the back of the facility. He had been left unattended on the back dock by a kitchen officer, and that allowed him to kind of venture out, if you will, unattended, and ultimately make his escape. I arrived at the unit around 10 p.m. that night and remained at the unit until about 3 p.m. the next day. For the entirety that I was there that night and the next day, for almost the 2 weeks time frame that followed, we spent a lot of time at the unit assisting escape efforts alongside many other Department of Corrections employees, members of federal, state, and local law enforcement. We examined as much information as we could possibly get our hands on relative to inmate Hardin, including his contacts inside and outside the prison, his job within the facility, staff contacts, and everything. And if you guys will give me a little leeway, I would like to say publicly thank you for all of the law enforcement effort that was involved in this. It was truly appreciated. And I've said it to all of them before, but I wanted to publicly say it now. So in preparing this, I just wanted to kind of touch on some of the key things that I discovered that were important to me to point out to you all as we were going through this. Since the initial escape to date, we've been investigating the events that occurred. The state police are handling the criminal investigation. We referred that over, and I'm not sure where they are on that. But our internal investigation is still ongoing. Multiple staff and inmates have been interviewed. 2 staff members have been terminated for policy violations that contributed to the escape. What we do have continuing right now as part of our internal investigation is a critical incident review. A multidisciplinary team comprised of staff with experience in corrections security, emergency preparedness, legal, Ms. Rowell is on that committee, investigations and just general administration of department policies. They're going to conduct and review and identify policy and any sort of procedural issues that, and come with recommendations for improvements to the department. A few things that I noted from my experience was that it was staff complacency, not staff shortage, that was a contributing factor to this escape. Hardin was repeatedly allowed unsupervised access to the back dock by a kitchen officer, despite prior warnings to staff. A tower officer saw him in an unofficial uniform, but didn't question or stop him prior to him exiting via the sally port. And staff, it appears, failed to track his inventory and his movement, which allowed him to accumulate materials that facilitated his escape. One of the main things that I've seen, and I believe we need to make improvements on, are policies. Our secretarial directive on incident notifications and unit-level emergency procedures need clarification so that we do a better job eliminating conflicting instructions so that whoever needs the notifications get them in a timely fashion. To that end, and I know Ms. Rowell is here and going to address some policy concerns, I believe we need a dedicated policy person that can provide an ongoing continual analysis of policy for the department and ensure better accuracy and to help us track all of those things. And if I may, I see the red lights. I'm just going to pause here and take questions or yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to cut in. You said a designated policy person.
Yes.
I mean, I thought part of that we'd already taken care of that for a designated policy person, and that was a staffing position that DOC had that the legislature provided for you.
We did create a policy position. You all did. It's been, I can't remember. Do you remember how long ago it was we authorized that position? It's probably been 2 years.
Yeah.
And we haven't been able to fill that position. It's still in existence. We just have not filled it.
Why have we not been able to fill that? Is lack of qualified candidates, or is there some other impediment that's stopping that and preventing that from happening?
No, sir. That was one of the positions that was created under the former secretary, and there were several positions that were filled, and that was one that the Board of Corrections. One of the positions we did fill was a programs position, but it was after I came with a plan and kind of a solid discussion with all of the division directors that was a necessary position. We have some lower level staffing positions that kind of shepherd policy for the divisions, but it's nestled under one of our staff attorneys right now instead of having kind of a head or an administrator of policy for the whole department. So, not putting words in your mouth, the position's there, the legislature provided for it, it was an approved position, but Board of Corrections said we're not going to fill that position. Is that what I heard you say in an indirect way? unless I had a plan of how that would work and bring that to the board and talk through that with the directors and make sure we were all on the same page. Yes, sir.
So in your opinion, would that, having that person in that position, would that have prevented this from happening, or would this have, how would that have helped this situation?
Well, I think there's a human element at play here with this escape that I don't know that a policy person to help kind of shore up policies would have been able to prevent. But I think in terms of the notification piece of things, it certainly could have streamlined it. As I've been looking at the directive on notifications, there's some inconsistencies and it's confusing. Yeah. Even me reading it, it is very confusing.
Sounds
so I think
like a checklist would have helped.
Well, there is a checklist, but it confuses a little bit with some other policies. So I think having somebody that can, look at things from a top level all the way down would absolutely help with the policy discrepancies.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to yield.
Senator Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's do 2 questions and get back in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I want to pick up there because I think if I remember correctly, that was a Protect Act policy. Was that part of the Protect Act, if I remember the policy position?
May I allow Ms.
Please.
Rowell?
Tawnie Rowell, Chief Legal Counsel. So yes, it was one of a handful of positions that was created for Protect Act implementation after the 2023 legislative session.
Thank you. We've had a lot of conversation about classification. We've had a lot of conversation about, and so I'm going to pick up where I've asked these questions again. One of the things that I've asked previously to other people is there was a study. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there was a study I think that was to be looked at related to classification. Where are we on that?
I asked the Board of Corrections initially. I brought a proposal to them in March of this year, and it has been approved by the Board of Corrections, I think, at the May meeting. Ms. Rowell is in the process. We're doing it with an existing contractor who has studied our population projections for years, but we're having to make an amendment. It's a cost-neutral amendment, but we're having to make an amendment to the policy. So it's in process. It just has not. She's already gotten some of the data, because like I said, she's an existing contractor for us, so she has access to that stuff. But the actual study itself, it's in process, but we haven't made the amendment to the contract yet.
Okay, my 2 questions, I'll get in the queue.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep. Following on with Senator Gilmore, these seem repetitive, but as things come out of previous testimony, so the inmate was sent to his parent unit 2018 from a conviction of murder, 30-year sentence. Class Y felony, half-time served, 15 years he's out. He is a level C3, level C4. Understand you all have to take into account where people go, how long they're going to stay, all the nuances that go into y'all's industry and the work. 2 years later, he pleads guilty to rape, gets a 50-year sentence, Class Y felony, half-time served. He's now in the 40 years minus time previously served, so he's still got roughly 34 years left on his sentence. He's at Calico Rock. At any time during that, I don't know what your role was back in 2018. I believe you were with the department.
I was with the Sentencing Commission at that time.
Commission.
But we've studied about this a lot, she and I have.
I am
so
just,
sure.
I think as the representative of the district of where these murders and rapes occurred and where the victims' family members still live,
yes,
sir. The main thing they get is why is somebody that did these crimes in what is really a medium security prison and not in a 8x8 box where he belongs? And that's their interpretation. They have lost family. And if the reason is we have to protect him from the inmates that would know he's a former law enforcement officer, there may be some latitude there. But at what point should we have looked at this and said, this is not a good fit? He might be a good prisoner, has 0 violations, but the crime, the punishment is not fitting the crime. Yes, he's incarcerated, but he's with low-level offenders. He's not getting the full wrath of the system. That's what their main concern was with this. So I guess the question is, do we have any other offenders like this in our medium or low-level facilities at that classification, and are we considering relocating them to a more suitable place?
I'm going to let Tawnie take part of this, and I may piggyback after she starts.
So the answer is that we do have, and in the packet that you all got, there's an administrative directive 19-39, and if I can have a little bit of latitude, we did look in a lot to his classification. I wrote down his last 3 classification actions just to get an idea of the score, and I went through and hand scored it myself. So the first thing is, in that policy, there are some override reasons where, you can be technically scored as a C5, and there can be an override to justify putting you at a lower or higher level, and sometimes that is appropriate. I'm not in operations of prisons, so I don't think I'm well qualified to make the determination about whether it was or not. But I will say that it was irrelevant in this instance because he was misclassified, right? In 2019, he was showing as a medium security inmate. So he got 25 points for having 20 plus years remaining on his sentence. That's where our threshold is. That was correct on all 3 of his most recent classifications. I've not figured out exactly what happened here, but he only got 10 points for the severity of his offense when he should have had 15. He got 0 points for a prior violent offense. Our system will automatically capture that if the term of the prior violent offense has been satisfied and they come back on a new sentence. But there is a provision in that policy that requires there be some manual checking. And as y'all all know, this was a unique situation where he was convicted of the homicide and then found guilty of something, that had occurred 20 years prior. So there should have been 20 points there. There were 0 points there. Disciplinary reports play into this. There can be a pretty big swing on just based on their disciplinary action. In his October of 2019 classification, he was minus 5 points because he hadn't had any disciplinary action. Now he's at positive 16 for that section. So you can see there's a really big swing there. Escape history went from 0 to 20. He had 0 appropriately in 2019 because he hadn't tried to escape. We've got some stability program factors. He's -4 on all of those. Felony detainer he was correct on, and then sex offense, and that's sort of a big one. I cannot explain except that it was put in after and there was no element of checking by a human to see if this was appropriately done. He did not have 20 points for a sex offense. Doing any of those things appropriately would have gotten him to a C5 classification and would have at least alerted the people at the unit that they needed to be looking at whether he was appropriately placed there. So
that's not to say that he would have automatically been moved. They would have looked at him to make a determination. By they, I mean, I think Deputy Director Strawn or whoever it is that's over the centralized classification would take a look at it and see if there was a reason for an override. But yes, if the appropriate classification had been done initially after that second conviction, then it would have at least triggered a review by someone beyond just the unit. Now, whether he could have, stayed there or ultimately come back, because for all intents and purposes, he was a pretty well behaved offender. He could have wound back up there. I don't know.
Okay. So just two follow-up questions. Are we looking, what makes a maximum security prison a maximum security prison?
I am not 100% certain on this. Let me see. At the very beginning, I think, of this policy, it says it.
It's at the end on page 11 of 12 of that policy that she's talking about. It has institution custody levels there, and it talks about the type of facility. Open dormitories with relatively low security perimeter are the lowest level. The highest level is inside or outside cell construction with a secure perimeter and armed coverage. Type of inmate, long-term, non-conforming, or extreme escape violence risk are the type of offenders and that custody score goes into all of that.
Senator Bryant, that's in handout C2 on page 11 of 12. No, that's fine. And let me jump in real quick here. So who is responsible for that classification system? I guess it's a computer program?
So the classification system was most recently amended in 2019. It is built in partially to our offender management system. Some of it is automatically done, but some of it
is there anybody that looks at that regularly?
That is probably more of an operations question. I can tell you legal doesn't look at it regularly.
The policy itself is developed by the Division of Correction. And there are classification units at the units. There are classification officers and a committee at each unit. And then there is a centralized classification person who falls under one of the division directors that reports to Director Payne. I don't know with which the cadence that there is a continual review at that level. I know that certain actions, like what she talked about, becoming out of class, for certain things it does throw up a trigger. But beyond that, there is supposed to be an annual review of offenders at each facility where they have a new photo taken, where they will have their classification checked to make sure it's accurate.
And that committee at each unit is made up of like the warden and other members of the corrections. Okay. And then that other committee reports to the Division of Corrections?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The central committee or
Yes.
whatever you call it?
Yes.
Okay. And so they're supposed to meet on a regular basis, or hopefully they do.
It's one person that
It's one
reports
person.
up to the division, the deputy director for the Division of Correction, yes.
Okay. Senator Bryant, I apologize.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to get a little more clarity. If I walk into Varner, are most of those inmates going to be C4, C5, or are you going to have some C2s mixed in?
So I think Varner has a mixture. They have some open barracks. Then they have the Varner Supermax as well. So I couldn't tell you without doing a complete rundown of precisely what that makeup is, who all's there. But you would have some of every classification.
So it's not, it should not ever be assumed by the population.
They're all maximum correct.
That if you murder and rape, you're not automatically going to go be put in the box.
Not necessarily. There's overall institutional, the way the classification study is designed, or the classification policy is designed, my understanding of it is that it takes all these things into consideration, because you may have someone who's not necessarily incarcerated for a violent offense, but they come to prison and they are a violent offender that necessarily, due to all of their disciplinary infractions, all the things that they're doing when they're incarcerated, gets them to the point that they need to get to a maximum security facility.
So is it
the age, all of those things play a role.
Senator Bryant, you're way over your two questions.
One more. So is it, and then I'll be done. I won't get back in the queue. So is it reasonable to assume that whenever he got the subsequent 50-year sentence, and that would have been keyed in correctly, he would have at least been reevaluated and potentially sent to a supermax,
A higher security
facility.
yes, sir.
Okay, and is that system or is that process being looked at?
Yes.
And not only looked forward, but looked in the rear view to make sure we are not subjecting ourselves to this in another population.
One of the ways that we're being proactive, because this classification study is going to take time, our research and planning team, if we're aware that there's a problem at the secretary's level, one thing that we're able to do is build business object reports where we can kind of see how long has it been since somebody's classification score has been refreshed. It logs in our system every time. So we know that Mr. Hardin hadn't had an actual refresh of his classification score since 2019. So we are working on building some reports so that we can say, hey, everybody's score needs to be reassessed at least once a year.
We had a meeting to that effect with our offender management development team this week, talking about the very thing with that deputy director that's over classification. Yes.
Senator Johnson.
So, Secretary Wallace,
Yes, sir.
How many wardens do you have in the Department of Corrections?
20 plus. We have some varying degrees, some warden ones, warden twos, deputy wardens that run some of the smaller security facilities.
Did you realize today that 10% of your wardens were fired previously before they became the head of your units?
I was unaware of that statistic, sir.
All right, thank you. So we have some colleagues that are serving in federal prison. And those colleagues, if they don't move those colleagues of ours or do something with them, they're going to end up running the prison. So, am I wrong? So this job, apparently he had done it for 7 years. he was there longer than the person who was overseeing him, which was there apparently. I can't remember. One of them was 4 years, and one of them was 2.5 years or 3 years, whatever. He was there longer than the people who got fired for his observation. So, I mean, every year to 2 years, that job classification needs to change. And I mean, or you got to shuffle them into units. Is my opinion in this thing. So, thank you guys for being here. I'm done.
Senator Gilmore.
Thank you. So, previous testimony, we found out that Warden over North Central had been fired back in, I think, 2013 and rehired. Were you aware of that? Of course, this predates you as secretary.
Maybe. I think I was aware of that.
Okay.
I don't know to what degree, though.
Okay. And, of course, he doesn't report to you, correct?
No, sir, he does not.
He reports to?
Director Payne.
And he reports to?
Who does Director Payne report to? The board.
Okay, but not you.
I mean, we work together, but no, technically he does not report to me.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a lawsuit about that or something, if I understand. Latitude, Mr. Chair. Thank you. We keep saying 2 people. 2 people were fired, 2 people clearly, and I asked this question previously. Yes, if that person had not pressed the button and opened the gate, that's the firewall, that was the last, yes, he'd still be there. But there are a lot of things that led up to this, and it's not something I think that you can just blame 2 people. I think there's a lot of things that need to change. Refreshingly, you 2 are the first to sit there and say that you're looking at all the other policies and you are, looking at what needs to be changed. I don't think I heard anybody else before you say that. So I'm going to ask a question that I think maybe you may or may not want to answer. Do you think that this comes down to 2 people? Or do you think there's a lot of other things that led us here? Because dyeing the clothes, making the badge, building the ladder, all these things happened. I don't know how they went unnoticed.
So I think the ultimate, he walked out of the facility, yes, that came down to bad decisions on two officers' parts. I think there were things, just from talking to folks, from talking to the inmate himself, when I said there was staff complacency, there was staff complacency. And by that, I mean, the unit was fully staffed, but people move. They shift around to different jobs. There are post orders for the jobs, an idea that I'm not familiar with because I haven't worked in a prison, and I will concede that to Director Payne. That's his area of expertise. But in talking with the inmate himself, there were people that he was under their supervision in the kitchen as officers that he said in his area where he was able to kind of stockpile his stuff that he used to get out with. They were not checking it. He was under supervision by officers that in the past had. They would make him clean his things out of his cage that he had on the back dock where he stored his chemicals and inventory it as he put it back in. So those folks left that job. I don't know if all of them left the unit or went to other jobs within the unit, but we certainly need to look at cross-training, looking to make sure that these folks understand their job duties and are not relying on those inmates to tell them. To your point, he outlasted all of the folks that were in that position. We need to make sure that the staff are being properly cross-trained on whatever it is that they're taking over their role in the institutions for sure, and not relying on the inmates to address what they should be doing as an officer.
And if I can just chime in, I don't think the secretary will say this about herself, but she recently reorganized and moved one of our staff members into a chief deputy director position. And I believe one of the goals she has for him is to look at kind of continuous improvement. There's a concept that got brought up when we did Lean Six Sigma training a while back, that if you have 100 steps, even if you have a 98% success rate at each of those steps, you're going to have catastrophic levels of failure. So we have to have oversight and safeguards, and I think that that's something that the position she kind of reorganized will be able to help with a lot. So there's some proactivity there on her part.
And I think that the critical incident review that we are undergoing, that is something we do after any sort of critical incident, but more broadly with all incidents. We have an internal affairs investigation unit, and they frequently find where we've had some sort of policy failure that led to some incident. We have disciplinaries that come out of some of those things, but there's not been a direct correlation to not just ensuring the policy is correct, which I think we need a policy position to do that, but we also need to make the tie from whatever is found in the investigation to have led to whatever the staff misunderstandings or failure, creating corrective action steps for the staff, but also proactively engaging with our training academy to fix that when we learn of those things through this investigation, ongoing investigations all the time.
These critical incident reviews, what outside of an escape would prompt one of these reviews?
Go ahead. Chair, this is a process that's used for, a lot of incidents that would have an unfavorable outcome. When we have a suicide, I've not been around for a riot, but it's my understanding it would occur for a riot as well. A suspicious death. Usually not if it's, directly, very easily attributable to drugs, but, suicides, escapes, riots, homicides inside the units, anything that, we have policies and procedures to try to prevent. One of the goals of the Critical Incident Review Committee is to look and say, were the procedures followed? And if they were followed, then how can we improve those policies to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Do you have an estimate of how many of those reviews have taken place in the last 6 months?
More than 10, probably less than 20.
And typically, how long does it take to complete that process?
It varies a lot. So the process is that Director Payne, once he has it referred to him and realizes that this is a situation that needs one of these committees, establishes the need for one, appoints members to the committee. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer just because of scheduling conflicts. We kind of come from all over the state. Usually they're done within 45 days.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Secretary, can you tell us, and I think you did at the beginning, but I've forgotten already, when you were contacted after the escape, and then what was the atmosphere in the control center? Who was running things? What was going on? Was it, in your opinion, working the way it should work? What could we do to make it better? Can you speak to that, please?
So I was notified around 4 p.m., a couple minutes after 4, by Director Payne, and then, like I said, I got there at 10 o'clock that night. It was my first real incident. I didn't really know what to expect. I had not until probably this past week seen a full-fledged emergency preparedness manual, so I really didn't know. I didn't know about all the different checklists. I did not know about all of those things. But when I got there, the way that the control command center was set up, there was a conference room which was kind of off to the side of the warden's office was on the side, and then there was another conference room towards the front. Everybody was very helpful. All of the law enforcement officers that were there, our staff, very, we wanted to catch this guy. But from my perspective, there was lots of information trickling in, and it might go to the warden's office first, then it might come to the command center, it might come over here to this glass office on the front first. It felt a little disjointed to me, but it was my first escape, so I didn't know if that was the way it should work or not. I talked to a couple of folks that had been involved in escapes, just because I'm trying to figure out if this is normal or if it's there's lots of action. There was lots of interviews, lots of people talking to a lot of different people, and a lot of you go in here and then we're going to go in here and we're going to come in here. I think the communication could have been more smooth, but I also don't know the frequency with which escape drills are conducted. I'm sure it was a critical time. Everybody, was nervous and whatnot. But in terms of my understanding of how a command center functions is that the warden is the ultimate commander. Obviously he can't be there if it lasts 10 days every day of the event. But I think there's a handoff of whoever that ultimate commander is to someone else who is supposed to take the lead once that commander is out of the office for the time being.
And so the warden was in the command center the majority of the time, at least the time that you witnessed?
When I was there, yes, and I wasn't there every day. I would go where my chief of staff would come up, my deputy chief of staff would come up. But he was there the great majority of the time that I was there.
Okay, and I think you mentioned a little bit ago some, I don't want to say confusion, but lack of clarity on the notification process.
Yes.
Is that something that can be clarified?
Yes.
In your department, and that's something you're working on already?
Absolutely. And after I read the secretarial directive and having talked with Secretary Hagar's staff as they were doing their investigation, I was like, wow, this is very confusing. I can very quickly fix this. But then I engaged my lawyers, and then we start identifying all of these other notification checklists. And I don't want to just make a change in a secretarial directive that may have some other consequence and some of these others that I don't understand because I wasn't fully aware of how they function to begin with.
And am I correct in saying that the notification process for an escape is much different from what you discussed a minute ago, natural deaths, all the other incidents that might occur at the prison?
So that was my understanding. My understanding for a critical incident such as an escape or some other, I don't even know what other circumstance falls under, whatever the circumstances are that engage the emergency preparedness manual. My understanding was the notifications happened at the unit level per the emergency preparedness checklist and did not fall underneath what the secretarial directive directed you to do under, like Tawnie mentioned earlier, a suspicious drop, or you have an officer who is arrested on, bringing something into the facility they're not supposed to. And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding it, so I talked with Director Payne, I talked with my internal affairs administrator who, on those typical criminal activities that are occurring at a unit, and they both agreed that I had the correct interpretation. Their understanding was that the emergency preparedness checklists that were in the manual would take place, like the major local notifications would happen at the unit level. And that was where the delay in notifying local folks came from, was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Representative Rose?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wallace, thank you for your time. Appreciate you taking our questions. I was reviewing, thank you, by the way, for the handout C2. I was reviewing item 6, which is the factors that are considered by a classification committee when taking classification action. Do you know, is that something that's documented? Do you have notations from the classification committee from when Prisoner Hardin was classified? Is that on file?
So we have the factors that led to his score. I think maybe you're talking about Administrative Directive 2022-19. There's two policies that deal with the inmate classification. The one that looks through and talks about history of escapes, history of violence, detainers.
Yes, that's the one. Yes,
that
ma'am.
list. So we would have the scoring, the raw numbers on some of those, and it's kind of all over the place. Sometimes when you go and click through into those screens, you will see more detail, that there was an override, and this is the reason that override was entered. But generally, no, there's not a lot of detail.
So the reason I ask, as I'm looking through, and I've mentioned this previously to some of our other witnesses, is that this prisoner in particular, not just a law enforcement background, but specifically had worked for the Department of Corrections as a correctional officer. And there's a few things on here we could say that may pertain to him: notoriety, employment history, education history, and inmate skills. I'm curious if any of those metrics would catch having worked in Department of Corrections, having been a correctional officer. And if it didn't, we should absolutely, as it's being corrected moving forward, there should be some kind of designation or scoring in place for when a prisoner has a background in the corrections department. Because this prisoner worked in corrections and then escaped a correctional facility. And if they were graded accordingly, we would know that. But I don't know, and it sounds like you guys obviously off the top of your head don't know, but if it's anywhere in his file that said, yeah, he worked in corrections, well, we should take that into account.
I completely agree. And at the time that he was found guilty of the crime, I think he was relatively new in digging into his history with us. And that was prior to transformation where we were all one department. And so I think he was at a community corrections facility in Northwest Arkansas that he worked at. So yes, still a corrections facility. But I don't know what information would have been in his file in terms of that, to your point.
Yeah, and so I guess I urge this to Director Payne as well, but that this is something that should certainly be taken into consideration for any current prisoners and any future prisoners if they've worked in corrections. The correction staff who works with them on a daily basis should know, but should also the classification committee and be graded accordingly so that the correction officers are dealing with a full deck, so to speak, so that they're not a disadvantage to a prisoner who, as I see on here, inmate skills, who has skills with a working knowledge of corrections.
Yes, sir.
So I guess that's my urging. And would you agree that's something important to consider moving forward?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you. I asked this to Secretary Hagar, and as Secretary Wallace, I know we've got looking at two different departments. I know a little bit about the training that our law enforcement get through ALETA. What kind of training does Department of Corrections receive to get their status to be able to monitor and receive inmates?
So there is a basic correctional officer training academy that is most of the time occurs at our training academy in England. We have satellite academies and hard to fill positions. So we've had a lot of success with brickies. We've had a satellite academy for brickies. They were having staffing issues, and so we created an academy over there. They go through physical training. They go through all of the training policies. They have on-the-job training. Is it 8 weeks or 6? 6 weeks of intensive training, and then they have on-the-job training as well. We have yearly refresher courses, and then, as I mentioned earlier, if there are issues that are coming up with disciplinaries, that is one of the things. It really started with the internal investigations files as I was reviewing those, and we were seeing things that would lead to disciplinaries. It became kind of evident to me that we weren't doing enough to help fix those problems. So I started making people put corrective action plans when they needed to discipline a staff, whether it be, I'm counseling with you because I've seen that you've done something you're not supposed to do. Here's what we need to do to try to pull them up and fix whatever behavior it is. So that's an ongoing thing, and that's something that we started doing I don't know how, a year maybe ago, when I really started reviewing those files. But yes, those are the training opportunities that they have. And anything that the wardens see or that Director Payne sees, we have I'm trying to remember what the training is that's scheduled we've got several folks coming in. I think it's a restrictive housing training. We're bringing folks in from out of state to conduct training on managing restrictive housing environments. So anytime that as we're attending conferences and talking through things that we learn from other states, we'll bring those things back to the department as well.
Okay, so as we go forward and we look and get all the departments in the same room to kind of
yes, sir.
Dissect the events, would Department of Corrections would they be looking towards a potential path towards DPS or Adam taking over a situation after a certain time point rather than keeping control? Just really, in my mind, just based on the resource availability. Secretary Hagar, having Troop I believe there in Harrison, and having the resources out of not only DPS and Adam and the state police office, whereas the Department of Corrections is kind of isolated in y'all's own facilities.
Sure. Well, and I think typically that's the trajectory of what these investigations would take. But I think this got a little hairy because it lasted so long right at the department. They couldn't really place him off of department property or whatever it was that led to this. And I don't want to go too far into the weeds. I know there's still ongoing investigations, but I think that's where it got a little bit difficult to determine if there was a point in time with which you should turn it over. When we've had incidents in the past, I think it was a pretty clear trajectory off of department property where your jurisdiction would change hands, but I'm not certain that the lines were that clear in this circumstance.
Okay. Well, from all accounts from the testimony, he got caught, and I think everybody played well in the sandbox together and had a single mission. It'd be good to see what comes of the clarity if it happens again. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate you sticking around and talking to us. Call the next one up. And Yep. Dr. Byers. Dr. Byers, thank you so much for sticking around to visit with us. If you'd introduce yourself for the record, and if you're welcome to make an opening statement or talk about whatever you want, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
William Dubs Byers, member of the Board of Correction. I don't have an opening statement. If you'll just, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, we've had significant testimony today, and so we'll go straight to Senator Bryant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Byers, how much time do you have left on the board?
I think either 3 or 4 years. I was Governor Hutchinson's first appointee, and then he appointed me the last year he was in office. So,
okay. So you'll next to Mr. Magness, you're probably the ranking member.
Probably.
We did have a lot of good testimony. We had a lot of things that are going to get found in reports and investigations completed and suggestions sent, and they'll likely come to the board for adoption. Board being more of a part-time role, just like us. I'm just curious from your opinion, from the things you've heard and seen, the likelihood that the board will be open to take the suggestions and the routes and the potential changes that might come down from the suggested.
Absolutely. It's anytime an incident like this happens, there are always things that need to be changed, should be changed, or whatever. And I think the board is open to that, and certainly we'll look at it and we'll take whatever precautions we need to make sure that we'd like to think this won't ever happen again, but things like this have happened traditionally, and they tend to happen from time to time.
Sure. Did you ever go up to Calico during?
I have. It's been a good. Well, I didn't go up there during the escape. I'm pretty familiar. I worked with the department for 39 years, so I spent quite a bit of time up there when I worked for the department.
Okay. And last question: is there anything that you witnessed or saw during during the 12 days that brought concern or pause that you would like to have the committee address?
No, not that I'm aware of. I know that a lot of people put in a lot of time and work very hard on that, and I appreciate all of them. I appreciate our employees and also all the other law enforcement agencies, the federal and state and local, who helped. I think it was a team effort, and I appreciate that. But no, of course, I, like everybody else, have some preliminary information about the investigation. Of course, it's still going on. A lot of it's still going on. But there are some, there are some concerns that need to be addressed, and some have already been addressed, personnel-wise.
Dr. Byers, if there was one thing that you could change that you think might have prevented the escape or might benefit the department moving forward, can you give me one thing?
Well, as far as policy, I think the policy was there. I don't think that it was a problem with the policy. It was a problem with the execution of the policy. If there was one thing that I could change, it would be that Sallyport gate officer, or the gentleman who was in the tower beside Sallyport, not being attentive to his job. I think that was one thing. But there were, back it up, there were some other things too that probably need to be addressed. The kitchen supervisor and him being back out on the back dock without adequate supervision, him being able to stow things out on the back dock without somebody, taking inventory. I mean, there are several things, but I think the main thing, the question is, what's the main thing? And the main thing is the person who was in the West Tower who opened that gate to let him out.
So are you aware that Hardin was misclassified after his conviction, and then when he received his subsequent conviction, that change in classification was not communicated with the prison?
I am aware that there is an issue with that. I'm not real familiar, and I just only learned about that just a day or two ago, and I know that that's kind of still under investigation. Mm-hmm. So I am aware that there is something that needs to be addressed there, yes.
Okay. So when you look at that, and then you realize he wasn't being supervised like he probably should have been, and they weren't searching his place of where he did his work, they obviously weren't searching his cell, because I don't think you could build that stuff in an afternoon. He was either carrying it back and forth or storing it in the storage area. He was obviously outside when he shouldn't have been, numerous times, not just once. And I find it hard to believe that this was the very first guy that the gentleman in the tower let out without checking his ID. It'd be what a crappy day, right? If that was the first guy, you're like, go ahead. And it happened to be a prisoner. But doesn't that seem like a much more systemic issue when you've got from the front end to the back end failures? We can call it complacency, which we all know it probably was, but it was from the front end to the back end.
Well, it was. I don't know if I would characterize it as systemic. The policy was there. Mm-hmm. The laxness in following the policy, mm-hmm. I think, now, if you want to call that systemic, then I would agree with you there. But the policy itself, in my opinion, if policy had been followed, mm-hmm. this would not have happened.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions? Senator Bryant?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll follow on. I should have probably asked questions to some other DOC full-time, but you said you worked for the department for 39 years?
Yes, sir.
So whenever you onboard an employee and they go through training?
Well, I was with the school district. I was superintendent of schools. So I was not on the security side or even on the treatment side other than just the school.
Okay. Maybe you might know the answer. How often do Department of Corrections employees review policy manuals and are subsequently almost to some degree tested on their manuals? I know there's a lot of, you can go to a hardware store and ask where the most simplest of widgets is, and they're going to know when they say they know because they're weekly grilled mm-hmm. about the policies of the store. Right. I'm just curious, does Department of Corrections kind of do that? Because
Senator, I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't know how often. I know that they spend a lot of time in training and in staff meetings. But I don't know if there's a regular, a regular training time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do you have anything further you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Well, Dr. Byers, we appreciate you sticking around and being willing to visit with us.
Thank you, and I appreciate your service as well.
Have a great night. All right, we will now bring in Brandon Tollett. So we'll give him a minute. Mr. Tollett, if you want to introduce yourself for the record, and then you're welcome to make an opening statement, or we can open it up to the floor for questions. I'll leave that up to you.
Okay. My name is Brandon Tollett, and I'm a member of the Board of Corrections.
Very good. You open for questions?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Members, do we have questions for Mr. Tollett? Senator Bryant.
Thank you. Are you from Central Arkansas?
I am.
How long have you been on the board?
About a year and a half, I believe.
A year and a half. Okay. Are you familiar with any of the wardens or the policies or procedures manuals, or do you get in?
I'm familiar with some of them. I'm still trying to get caught up. There's a lot of policies within the Department of Corrections. I am familiar with some of them, though.
Okay. And I guess a question that I asked Dr. Byers, who's been on the board for a while, probably be a ranking member, as I think Mr. Magness's term ends this year. I mean, I don't think this will be the last meeting we have on this issue. I know there's a lot of reports and investigations still occurring, and whenever they come, they'll solidify into some policy changes and some actionable items.
Yes.
Do you know how active you want to be, or how active the board will typically be in those roles?
The board, at least from my standpoint, I plan on being pretty active in those roles. I do believe that the state of Arkansas deserves to have a Department of Corrections that does not allow our inmates to escape. And so that is one of the things that I plan on taking very serious whenever we start to look at these policies and looking for those changes that we can do to make the state safer.
Okay. And I know what came up in testimony that classification ratings are going to be starting to be reviewed. Were you aware that inmate Hardin's classification rating was erroneous or incorrect, or was not updated correctly or reviewed correctly?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Senator Gilmore.
Thank you. Right here in front of you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your time. I know it's been a long day. Wish that could be helped, but as you can understand, we have a lot of questions, and I think that's fair. And I hope you have a lot of questions as a board member. And I hope that maybe you take some time to go back and watch what has transpired today and some of the testimony that has been laid out. That being said, are you satisfied that two people being fired, you're aware of 2 people being fired, I presume, related to this incident?
Yes, I am.
Are you satisfied that it was only 2 people? Those 2 people alone were the only ones that need to be fired, and no way, shape, or form, anything possible, could anything else have happened outside of 2 people not doing their job?
I can't speak on that because I don't have all the information in front of me.
That's a great answer, which means you're probably going to go research this, I hope.
Yes. Well, we're waiting on some investigations to be completed. We need a critical incident review that I'm waiting on, and also I know the state police has conducted an investigation that I'm waiting to review as well as soon as it's complete. I will tell you that from my experience that it's never just 2 employees unless they willfully let an individual out, and willful means that there was some actual intent to let them out, that there's probably more than just 2 employees that mess up. There's always ways to improve. There will never be a perfect system, and because there will never be a perfect system, there's always things that we can improve on.
Well, that's refreshing, because you are one of, I think, maybe 2 that have sat in front of us today and said that. Everybody said, nope, 2 people, we fired them, they didn't do their job, gone. How does that make you feel as a board member?
Me personally, I think every single person from the board all the way down to the freshest correctional officer that exists, we all have an obligation to keep our inmates in our facilities. And so I don't I do not agree that it's just two individuals that have buy-in for security or that failed that day. I don't know exactly what happened, and I can't speak to that because I haven't reviewed the investigations yet. But just from my personal experience, there are usually a lot of things that lined up. There's something called the Swiss cheese method or methodology that you think of, and there's a lot of moving pieces of Swiss cheese, and you have to have several of these several failures line up for something like this to happen. And so usually it's not one failure or two failures, like I said, unless somebody actually had intent to let an individual out of our facility.
Well, again, refreshing to hear. Thank you. That's an honest answer, and I appreciate it. I don't expect you to know all the facts at this point. I'll just say I think a statement that was used earlier today was the stars aligned. So, thank you. Yeah. So I'm done.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for taking our questions. I think I just really have one line of questioning. We've heard from other witnesses, including the warden, and kind of a thought process that it's not really important that any other employees or correctional officers are investigated for similar behavior as the two correctional officers who were fired. Does that make sense to not check to make sure every other employee has been following the policy and procedures?
No, that does not make sense at all. We all have an obligation to follow those policies.
Would you agree that it would be worthwhile to make sure that all employees are following those policy and procedures, whether it be by asking them directly or their coworkers or looking at security footage?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Senator Johnson.
Right back here. So during, I don't know if you were sequestered and not hear any of the testimony, but so during our questioning, we found out that approximately 10% of the wardens in the Department of Corrections have been fired and rehired, and this warden was one of that 10%. Do you expect the two correctional officers that have been fired to become wardens in the future since they were derelict of duty like this warden was fired for previously?
I can't speak to that as of yet, and I'll because I haven't seen the actual completed investigation. What I will say is that there's a difference in when somebody makes a mistake of the mind and when somebody makes the mistake of the heart. Whenever we talk about failures in public safety, sometimes mistakes of the mind can be corrected. They can learn from them. It would take a lot. From my personal belief, it would take a lot to be able to overcome the things that have happened, but I don't know all the incident. I don't know the complete investigation as of yet. And so I can't answer that correctly. If it was a mistake of the heart, if it was a character flaw, if there was something wrong with the character, then I would say absolutely not. We can't afford as a state to have people that make character mistakes in positions of leadership within the Department of Corrections.
Well, we have two that are wardens that were dismissed for cause. Now they're head of our units. Now that's either a failure on leadership side or us as a state. That's my opinion. It's one thing to rehire them in the same position, but hiring them in a position of leadership such as that, I don't know if, I could do that with sound mind. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can I ask a question real quick to follow up? You said there were two, correct? Okay. I was not aware of that, so thank you.
Senator Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I phrased it like this in previous testimony, but when you think of prisons in the state of Arkansas and murderers and rapists, which prison comes to mind?
Probably Varner or one of those that are higher security, one of our max securities.
Okay. So I guess out of the constituent area that I represent, which is the victims' families, they were surprised that inmate Hardin was never has never experienced that level of incarceration that is more affiliated with that level of violent crime. Do you think the policy of the state should be to house like-minded, felonious, violent behavior in the same facility, at least for the first few, decades of incarceration before we start to figure out where else they can go to see how they behave and react to a lifestyle that they chose?
I think for sure criminal offenses, convictions, violent behavior, those things should weigh heavily on their classification whenever we look at classification. Do I think that a person will operate the exact same in a prison as they do outside in normal society? No, my experience tells me that's not necessarily always true. But I do believe that the information that we typically have when somebody is beginning to be incarcerated in a prison, we know for a fact that they were convicted of a crime. We know for a fact, if that crime was violent, that they have previous violent tendencies. There's some other information that we collect upon in processing, but we know those two things specifically. And so I do think it needs to weigh heavily on their classification at the beginning, and then it provides opportunities for them to lower. To say that they should all end up in everybody that is convicted of murder or rape should end up in Varner, Supermax, I don't know that we have the capability to do that at this point within the state. And so I couldn't speak to that directly, but I do believe that those convictions should weigh heavily in their classification process.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Stone.
I was listening keenly to your testimony earlier, and you said rarely is it just going to fall on two people. There could be others that could be culpable in what happened that day. When I think about a captain of a ship, he's always standing at the helm, especially in a time of crisis. It was stated earlier today in testimony by the warden when everything blew up, for lack of a better word, he was in the situation room and he let his captain lead the charge instead of him taking personal charge. What do you think the chances of the warden being culpable in this based on that testimony or based on his testimony? I mean, doesn't the CEO of any organization set the tone? And if his tone is not to step up, did that trickle down through the rest of the ranks of the employees?
I can't speak to a lot of that. I didn't hear his testimony. I was sequestered in a room, and so I was unable to listen to his testimony. What I can say is from my experience in public safety, there are instances where you may have a person that has a higher rank, but if a crisis situation unfolds and there's a person with lower rank that has more experience or more training in that area, you would, not that you would necessarily give up your leadership, but you would rely on that person that has the training. I don't know if this is that situation, but that's from my experience.
But I'm sharing with you what he said out of his own mouth. I let somebody else stand at the helm while I stood there.
Okay, I would have to go back. I can't speak to that. I would have to go back and listen to his testimony. I need to review the investigation when it's complete. I don't foresee me personally, unless it's a situation where a person has some specialized training or experience that I wouldn't have, giving up that position if I was the one that was charged to take care of it.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, I appreciate you staying this late. Sorry that you were down the line and had to stay so long. How much communication have you received from the Department of Corrections that have filtered up through Director Payne to you as a board member of the escape and what's transpired?
So during the escape, I was notified the day that it happened at about 4:44 p.m. I believe I spoke to the director the next day or in the next afternoon at some point. I tried to stay in contact with him a few days. He didn't call me a lot. He had a lot going on. And so, but I did try to stay in contact with him, and every time that I called him, he answered the phone, and he was very, he was very willing and forthcoming with information, anything I asked. Specifically, every time I would see on social media or the news that there was a possible sighting, then one of the first things I would do is call him and say, did we check on this? Have we reviewed this? And so he was very forthcoming with that. There were some other things that he shared with me that I can't share here about the way the perimeters and things set up. And so he was very open with me as a board member. Since then, I haven't had a lot of communication with him, but that's probably more on me than it is on him.
Well, and that was kind of my question, next line of questioning. From your position on the Board of Corrections, are you taking into account and looking at the whole communication process, and do you have suggestions for improvement should this type of incident reoccur at some point, and suggestions for improvement and things that you would like as far as flow of information, areas that you have concerns about?
I don't have any initial concerns because I haven't seen the complete investigation. I've read a couple of reports. I have a couple of questions. I don't necessarily have concerns as of yet. When those investigations complete, I'm sure I'll have recommendations to improve on a number of areas, not just communication.
And I think that's where all of us are in this room. We just had some questions today. It was a good time to get a few of them answered. Sure. We appreciate you being here.
If there are no further questions, we'll turn you loose. We really do appreciate you sticking it out and coming in and sharing with us. Obviously, we're available. If you have questions or concerns, if we can be of assistance to you, please let us know.
Sure will. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last but not least, Lana McCaslin. We'll give her, there she is, hot dog. They're on a roll. Ms. McCaslin, if you want to identify yourself for the record, then you're welcome to make an opening statement if you'd like, or we can just open the floor up for questions.
Lana McCaslin, and I have no opening statement, so I'm here for questions if you have any. I don't know that I'll be able to help you much at this point. I haven't seen a full-blown investigation from the state police. I also have not seen a critical incident review, so once I have that, I think I'll be able to answer questions a little more, but you can ask me anything.
I think, and I'll start out, I think mainly what we'd like to hear from you is your view of how the event unfolded, what the communication with you was like, and could it be improved, or was it fantastic? If you spent any time in the control room, if you have thoughts or concerns with how that aspect unfolded, and just any thoughts that you have about the whole situation and how it couldn't be avoided in the future, those kind of things.
I think that's the most important thing, is that we learn from what happened and do our best to prevent it again in the future. I stayed away from the control center. If I received calls, the first call that I received was on Sunday at about 4:43 or 4:47, right in there, and that was from Sherry. And she told us that she was just advising me that there had been an escape. And then a short time late, of course, we go to our computers generally and pull up anything that we see on the news. We check to see what we know about the individual. And then she texted again shortly thereafter and just told us what she knew about him. And then throughout that whole time, I talked to Lindsay some. I'm accustomed to seeing Lindsay daily, pretty much at the office, and she was up there all the time. I mean, she stayed up there pretty much through the whole thing. So if I needed something, I called her, but I really tried not to bother them while they were doing what needed to be done and not get in the way. I talked to Benny a couple of times. The one I remember the most was I had called him because I had spoken to our communications person, and he just was exhausted, I could tell. And I had called Benny and said, look, when I asked him, the communication, Mr. Rand, I asked him, how are you holding up? And he told me that he had been driving home at 2 a.m. and from Calico Rock. I'm very familiar with the drive, And I told him, no, you can't be doing that. You'll fall asleep. So I called Benny and I said, look, we're going to have to get, somebody, we got to get some beds up there for him at least. And I don't know who else. And Benny, I guess, took over from there. But Benny, when I talked to him, he was working outside of this area. So pretty much that was it. And then after they started the investigation, that was internal investigation, we received a part of the file, and of course I read that. We received on Monday a notebook about this thick, and I'll just be honest with you, I've not had time to go through that whole notebook, but it's really, I could tell it was more of what we had gotten initially, and I still have not received anything from the state police. And I think the critical incident review will be very telling about what we need to address as far as the policies and those issues. I've read the policies, but I've not seen any sort of critical incident review. And it's my understanding from speaking with Lindsay is that we're waiting on Tawnie to return from vacation, and then I guess they will meet to start that process.
I think they're back, and that process is ongoing.
Oh, she's back?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes,
okay.
she was here today.
Okay.
So
I thought she was leaving tomorrow, but that's good. That's good.
A quick question. You mentioned Sherry, just for, I don't know who Sherry is. So
Sherry is the secretary for the board. And she is, she's here. Oh, she at least was here.
Sherry.
She works with Thomas, who is behind
Sherry
me.
have a last name?
She does. Great, Sherry Gray. I'm so
All right.
sorry.
Thank you.
Sherry Gray.
Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for taking these questions and being patient and waiting your 6 hours, I think we're at now, so I appreciate that. I've heard everybody along the way mention, the anticipated results of the critical incident review. And, we're anticipating that as well. With that in mind, do you know who conducts that?
Well, I mean, it's internal, obviously. I would assume that the external would be the state police, but I've never been, I've never seen what they're talking about. I just am told that that is the next step, and that will be where we really start looking at the policies and what we need to do. I've never seen one, so I've never been through this before.
We've heard quite a bit of testimony today that, look, 2 employees failed to do their duties. They did not follow policy. This rests on their shoulders. They've been terminated. Everything else is going to be fine now. Does that jive with you? Does that make sense? Does that sound like the totality of what the investigation should reveal?
Well, whenever something like this happens, you go back to the basics. You go back to the policies. You look at everything to try to see what happened, how it happened, and what we need to do to prevent it. And, to me, the 2 people that messed up, that's just, they're the ones that lost their job. But there's a lot more that leads up to something like that, I'm sure. And we have to get to the bottom of it. I mean, obviously, they messed up. That was bad. But we've got to look at it something much bigger than that and make sure. And especially, with where we are in the units and the staffing and the situation as it is, we have to be very proactive in ensuring that we are doing everything we can to keep a handle on everything, and that if something like this happens again, God forbid that it doesn't, we know that we took the lessons that we learned from this and we tried to prevent it. We can't give you a guarantee that this will never happen again. I mean, things happen. But we have to do everything in our power, and you have to do everything in your power, and that's why we're here. And I understand that, to make sure that we learn from it and we do better. So,
and in closing, Mr. Chairman, thank you. In your position as a member of the Board of Corrections, it is your belief that we should do more or less a top-down review of how this went down. Not just the 2 employees that have been removed, but everybody who's there should evaluate their activity, how they followed policy procedures both before the prison break, since then, et cetera. It shouldn't just be those 2 and move on.
Oh, 100%. But when I've spoken with the secretary, I mean, I think that is the intent, is that we do it from the top down. I think that it's not about those 2 people. You know, they had to go. I mean, obviously, you don't tolerate that. You can't. I mean, going forward, they're an example. Everybody's going to learn from it. Other employees look at that. We can't make those kind of decisions and choices and mistakes. But I do believe it's bigger than that, and that we really will have a lot of work to do.
Well, thank you for your testimony today. I think you may be shocked to find out that your opinions may be in the minority of the testimony we've heard today, but greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
It's your testimony is refreshing, is what he's saying. So, are there any other questions, Howard?
I was just going to echo the comments of the previous 2, that it's refreshing to, this is our last witness. You
should have started with her.
It's refreshing to end on this note with your comments today, and appreciate and thank you for service.
I think y'all are just tired and ready to go home. So I got lucky.
We're not going to argue on that.
No, lots of other folks seem to think it was just those 2, and now that we fired them, everything's going to be okay.
Well,
So-
the board will be doing our part as well to look at it from the top down.
Very good. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for waiting and being patient with us and being willing to visit with us.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
May
All
I be
right.
excused?
Go ahead.
The only other comment I have is thanks to the staff for staying this late. It's been a long day. We appreciate your dedication and service, and thank y'all for what y'all do for us.
With that, we are adjourned.